97 school districts that we have, I know that it would be like
They're gonna come and sit in and listen that morning and then
4, 3, 2, 1. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this regular meeting of the Oregon State Board of Education. We will get started with our usual roll call, and Corey, our board administrator, will do the roll call, please.
Student advisor Emily Zoe.
Here.
Teacher advisor Mona Khalil.
Here.
Director George Russell.
Here.
Director Gustavo Morales. Director Morales, I see you in the call. I might come back to you. We might have to do some tech support, but I believe Director Morales is on the Zoom call.
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Director Morales. Second Vice Chair Bridget Wheeler.
Here.
Vice Chair Jennifer Skurlock.
Here.
And Chair Guadalupe Martinez Zapata.
I'm here. Thank you so much, Corey. Members of the board, we are joined this morning by the members of Governor Kotek's staff. I believe Melissa Goff is the representative from the governor's office that is here this morning, who will be leading us through an update and discussion regarding the recruitment of the next Deputy Superintendent of Public Education or Public Instruction. I would like to invite Melissa Goff and Orlando Williams to lead us through this item and the solicitation of board feedback. So Melissa, if you want to kick us off.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata, and thank you to the board. I'm very happy to be with you today. To introduce myself, my name is Melissa Goff. I use she, her pronouns. I am the Governor's Education Policy Advisor, and one of my responsibilities is to head up the hiring process for the new ODE Director. So one of the most important groups, of course, or an important group to talk to is the State Board of Education, given this person is really working most directly with you and taking your lead on so many issues within the state. I want to give you a brief update on where we are in the hiring process, and then I want to ask you some questions so that I can get your perspective on the type of person and the types of qualities that you were looking for in this new hire. But I'd like to I hear that Orlando is present in the room? Mm-hmm. I'd like to give Orlando an opportunity to introduce himself.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Melissa. Orlando Williams, Chief Executive and Equity Officer for Modus Recruiting and Staffing. We are one of the largest recruiting firms based out of Oregon in the Pacific Northwest, and we are honored to serve in the capacity in serving this recruitment. Looking forward to hearing your thoughts. What you share today will be used for our team, which we have two members of our team, Trevor Brandon and Keela Tillery, who will be taking notes for us because we want to be attentive. We want to hear what you have to say, and that will help us build our rubric. And our rubric will drive our narrative with candidates in the marketplace, and we just look forward to finding an exceptional leader for the Department of Education. Thank you for having me this morning.
Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So we are going to go ahead and get started, and I'm going to put the questions that we'll discuss today into the chat for you to see, but I'll read them all aloud as well. So we have only 4 questions we're going to discuss. I'm trying to put them in the chat. Orlando is so good at this, and I'm all making it seem very difficult. We have 4 questions that we'll discuss, and given the time that we have and kind of the nature of how the conversations have evolved with other groups that we've been discussing these questions with, it really has worked a little bit better for you to have all of the questions first. I did send these to you as well, so hopefully you had a chance to see them in advance. But I think you're likely to want to just jump from question to question because sometimes it's hard to stay within the guardrails of the question itself. But the first, and how I'd like to do this, Chair Martinez Zapata, if it's all right with you, is I'd like to really open the floor for discussion among the board and allow that conversation to evolve rather than having the less natural discussion, which would be my asking a question and going around from person to person. Of course, as always, and I'm sure you have norms that you work with as a board, what we ask is that all of the board members are able to participate in the conversation, meaning to be careful that we get to hear your voice, because we definitely want to hear your perspective, and please make sure there's space for others' voices to enter into the room as well. We have, hold on, I double pasted one in there. You'll see, you don't have to answer it twice. So the questions are, what do you see as the major challenges and opportunities in Oregon in the next 5 years in education? What innovations or vision should be given consideration in Oregon education in the next 5 years? What leadership style and ways of being and knowing do you want to make sure we have represented? And I think Corey's trying to share his screen so you can see it. There we go. And what type of engagement and experience regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion should we have in the next ODE leader? I want to make sure that if you want to go off of these questions, we have been using these more as discussion guides, and that is fine. So if you don't see a question that you wish we were asking you, answer that question. We definitely want to hear your voice and have, as Orlando said, note takers in the room. Corey, I think we're good with Orlando's team, but if you wanted to take notes as well in that document, that would be great. It's really up to you. So I'd like to open the floor, and maybe we could start with the first question around challenges and opportunities that we see on the horizon.
I think that would be a fantastic place to start. And so I'd like to encourage everybody, again, I mentioned at the last meeting that we kind of go fast, and it's very step by step because it is a formal meeting. But I would like for us to take just a moment to relax, reflect, and provide authentic, genuine feedback in this process. What are we thinking? What comes to mind in particular? I think around these questions, I appreciate the fact that we have some guiding questions. What do you all think is at the root of this first question, especially? What are some of the major challenges and opportunities in Oregon in education in the next 5 years? Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. Just looking at that first question here, challenges. So we're thinking about all of the challenges that we're facing, students are facing, families, community members. We know it's a struggle right now to maintain educators and keep them at our schools. And also recruit new educators and have them come into the field. We're also facing a substitute shortage. So looking ahead, I don't see it at the moment improving if we don't invest in some of those areas. So I guess those are the major challenges, because right now we're at a point where something needs to change to keep the educators, the great educators we have at the schools. We also need to recruit others. I have a student teacher right now in my classroom, and just some of the things that she has to do, and I know it's a rigorous program, but what are we doing to get more and keep the ones we have, and our students? How are we engaging them? How are we, giving them the opportunity to take ownership of their learning and have them show what they know in multiple ways? So I guess that leads to curriculum and assessment, and so there are lots of opportunities out there, and so I guess those are some things that I would, love to hear the candidates, discuss and talk about, and especially if, they're coming from different states or different areas, are they aware of some of the challenges that are happening here in Oregon?
Yeah.
How they would address those. Thank you.
Thank you, Teacher Advisor Khalil, for that feedback. And I also saw Vice Chair Skurlock's hand up, so.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair Martinez Zapata. I have a few things that I'd like to add. Concerns around, as mentioned by Director Mona, concerns around understaffed schools and retention. Students in poverty, that is something that needs to be addressed, especially when it comes to making sure that we provide breakfast and lunch for our students. Smooth transitions between elementary, middle school, and high school, and then transitioning to college. So making sure that students are not having to overcome massive barriers as they go from one step to another, especially our students transitioning from high school to college level, making sure that they're ready and have the college level opportunities to make that transition easier. One of the things that came up about a month ago from students from the Lapine Bend area, they sent out massive letters and spoke to their school board around disrupted learning. So violence that's happening in the classroom, teachers are being kicked, punched. Students are also being impacted in that way, and how to create a safe learning environment for students and staff. In addition to that, making sure that we do whatever we can to make sure that our students don't experience post-traumatic stress disorder as students coming into the classroom. That should not be an issue, but unfortunately it is, and so trying to deal with how to address that challenge. And then one of the other ones I put down was around ethnic studies, which is also an opportunity. And so it's important that our students not only understand diversity, equity, and inclusion, but understand the importance of all racial and ethnic groups and celebrating all racial and ethnic groups. And unfortunately, there are students who are experiencing great barriers in that way, and those barriers have caused great harm. And so those are some of the things that I would like to mention around challenges, but they are also opportunities in our state.
I appreciate the framing of that, right? The challenge and the opportunity simultaneously. Other feedback on this question, student advisors, would you care to share any feedback on that particular question?
Yes, I can share. Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. I think sort of going along with what Vice Chair Skurlock was saying, definitely valuing like the mental health of students over the past few years, and I'm sure for years to come, there's been quite a few, national incidents and just local incidents that have sort of led to like the decreasing mental well-being of students. I mean, we've all seen it. And so really prioritizing that suicide awareness and suicide prevention, making sure that there's mental health professionals in every single school to give students the support that they need and really making that investment. And then the other thing I said, also sort of going off what Vice Chair Skurlock said, in terms of preparing students, a lot of like our economy is rapidly shifting, and we see a lot of jobs now that didn't exist like a year or two ago. And so really investing in like career technical education and preparing students for that rapidly shifting economy with investing in things like STEM, and also like prioritizing just like making sure that students sort of have an idea of what they want to go into, or just helping students develop interests and passion.
Thank you. Thank you, Student Advisor Emily. So, Caroline, would you like to share some of your thoughts?
Yes, thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. I kind of have a lot of overlapping challenges and opportunities I would raise as well. In terms of challenges, the socio-emotional and academic development of students, I think we continue to see the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on students' abilities to interact with each other and to just learn. And also, I think with technology, I think it's impacting our generation in a very different way than previous generations, and understanding how we can help students develop those skills we still need to interact successfully with each other, and also develop healthier relationships with technology, I think will be really important. And likewise, I think being able to see technology access and building technology skills as an opportunity at the same time as it can be a challenge will be really important. And like others have mentioned, I think having a diverse and sustainable education workforce, really working to incentivize talented young people to enter the field and to combat the burnout that we see from so many teachers right now is really important, as is students seeing teachers who look like them and can relate to their lived experiences being accessible. And on kind of, I guess, I would also, this is a little bit like broad, but I would say just restoring kind of, or valuing the joy of learning. I think a lot of the times when students are told that learning is a way to pass a test, to get a score, to reach some external outcome, oftentimes I think increasingly too, we kind of are devaluing the importance of simply having students build joy in the process of learning. And I think part of that also relates to issues around school safety and belonging, where if students don't feel safe at school, if they're scared that someone will bring a gun, if they're scared that someone will demean their identity or their lived experiences, then that makes school a lot less joyful. And really restoring just the joy of being in school and the joy of learning, I think, is a really important challenge for us to address in the coming years. And then just some final opportunities or areas for expansion that I had mentioned too are civic engagement and also arts and foreign language education, as well as ethnic studies, as you mentioned. I think these are all really important areas that, again, can help with students connecting what they learn in the classroom to opportunities and the real world issues that they see around them, and also just preparing them to be competitive in a very globalized and often as politicized world and economy.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you, Student Advisor Gao. And I don't know what's going on with my throat. It's just the morning. I need more water, I think. Yes, Melissa, I see your hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to acknowledge Student Advisor Gao. If I can't see you from here, but I do believe that you are from Albany. Is that correct?
Yeah.
It's so good to see you again, and thank you. Thank you for adding that, and it makes me very happy to see you here. So that was the only interruption. I just needed to acknowledge the relationship.
I appreciate that. We love our student advisors,
Yes.
and give them constant praise. Okay, and I want to make sure that anybody else who has any input on this particular question, George or Bridget, yes.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. I just have a couple of things. I agree generally with all the things that have been said. And I'll reiterate some of those, I'm sure. The educator workforce is going to be both a challenge and an opportunity as we look toward the future. We know that over the next few years that a number of people will be leaving the profession, which will open doors to have the face of educators in this state look different and change as we hopefully try to become more in tune with the face of our students. So that's an opportunity. The challenges around what we see our colleges and universities in terms of their preparation programs turning out is definitely going to be a challenge in how we work with that. I see another challenge being, I don't want to call it the urban-rural divide or the have and not have divide, but I think a recognition that as hard as folks have tried over the last few years, that there still is at least a strong perception out there that there's a major divide in terms of educational opportunities, educational resources, a number of things like that in terms of where you're located in the state, as well as sometimes what your views and viewpoints are about education. So I think that will be a challenge. But I think that also resources and how resources are used and the kinds of direction that comes from the state about the use of resources and how they can best be put to use is going to be both a challenge and some opportunities as hopefully we see additional resources that are available, because some of the challenges, as have been mentioned by the students and teachers, are ones that also are going to require some additional investment and perhaps some wiser investment.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Director Russell. Bridget, did you have anything that you wanted
No,
to add?
I loved what everybody had to say. I think for me, thinking about the impact of our kids coming back into the schools during our COVID recovery phase, and thinking about that social, emotional, and the PTSD piece, and the impact that our kids are having in our communities as the whole community tries to recover. But there are also opportunities in that, because we saw communities come together in a way they haven't before. And so recognizing the importance of communities and support groups that are now even more critical to our students' lives.
Thank you, Second Vice Chair Wheeler. And I believe that I saw Director Kimberly Howard Wade on the call. I'm not sure, there you are, okay. And also Director Gustavo Morales. Do you, either of you, or both of you, have anything to add?
I was looking for the citation, if you will, so I can support my my theory, but I can't find it quite yet, but I'll find it and share it. A book is being written about sort of our youth and the rising levels of depression and anxiety. And a lot of times we have said, oh, it's COVID, oh, it's COVID. But this research is going back to, I think, 2012, and showing that the rise of depression and anxiety predates COVID. The COVID just basically sort of blew it open. And so I really see as both a challenge and an opportunity in orphan education is really figuring out a way to meet that head on, to sort of dive into that for our young people, provide them not just with the supports, but the ability to sort of self-reflect and analyze where that's coming from, where that lives inside of them, how the external portions of the world are informing that. One theory was a New York Times article around social media and the availability of information. So I see sort of digital literacy being a huge sort of standard and potential educational or curriculum opportunity for people, the same way that we, for a long time, would take comparative literature, right? How do you analyze all the information and understand and have sort of metacognition about what you are receiving? And then even courses and conversations, and of course, I always lean into creative expression for this, because to me, it's the only way that a young person sort of can process, not just process, but reflect on and understand and embrace identity and belonging, and understanding of who they are as a person and who they are as a person in relationship to others, through writing, through theater, through music, through the visual arts and dance, and all the multidisciplinary art forms that technology is introducing into our world. So there's just, I think it's around curriculum, it's around supports, but it's also around really leaning into that whole child, and thinking about all the ways that traditional learning can begin to evolve into ways in which children have basically moved beyond us in some ways, in how they are receiving information.
Thank you, Director Howard Wade. Gustavo, if you have anything to add, I would love to hear some stuff. I'm sure everybody would.
Thank you, Chair Zapata. I want to confirm, can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Great. So I don't know if I would have something specifically for this question. And I was trying to look at my notes last night to see where in the process we were for the recruitment and for the hiring of this position. And the reason that I paused, I don't know if this is the correct way to say this, and please feel free to stop me if it's not. With these questions, what I really come back to think about is the strategic plan. And I don't know if the strategic plan has been shared with the candidates, and not so much that is there alignment with the strategic plan, but the amount of work that's been going into the strategic plan, the information, the education that has come to comprise this, I would like to be able to see how they perceive the strategic plan and the challenges that they see with the plan, the initiative that they would like to take in order to help move the ODE into a position to facilitate student success. And I also think those questions would be more for the candidates on the back end, meaning the candidates that have been filtered. Excuse me, give me 2 seconds. I'm dropping my kids off at school.
I think while Gustavo comes back to the call, Melissa and Orlando, I think one of the things that I think is important to emphasize, Gustavo has just really underscored one of the main points that I want to share as some of the opportunities and challenges that we have in the state. I love the way that Director Russell framed it. They are simultaneously opportunities and challenges. And the everything that we've been sharing up until now is really part of what the board has stated or crafted in our board priorities. There are 2 different sets of priorities because we have the board priorities, but we also have ODE's own priorities. So making sure that those are in a comfortable marriage and that the new superintendent, deputy superintendent of education or instruction in Oregon is comfortable with that and sees that vision is really important. I'll continue, but I think I heard Gustavo come back on the call.
Thank you, Chair. And so I would really like to craft a lot of these questions in reflection to that strategic plan, but again, these would be for candidates who make it past the initial levels, assuming that they haven't already. Some of the initial questions that I think are essential for the filtering of the initial candidates are essential skills, and some of those essential skills that I think are touched on these questions, but not explicit, are: does the candidate display cultural awareness and understanding? Meaning, regardless of the candidate, each candidate is going to have their own lived experience, and their lived experience is going to be unique to them, but also not part of the greater community. For example, if I were one of the candidates, I have a lot of lived experience of the first generation, growing in a migrant family, agriculture industry, Latinx, etc. But I don't have a lot of lived experience, API, Black, Native American communities, even though I have lived and worked and etc. And so regardless of the candidate, there's going to be some gaps in understanding in lived experiences. However, if the candidate displays a strong cultural understanding and is able to connect between communities, I think that would be essential for them to be able to understand ODE in a way to help facilitate student success, because everything that's been mentioned are all priorities. And if one candidate focused on one thing throughout the entire career that would address it, that would be amazing. But unfortunately, we're living in a world where there's so many challenges within the education system that they have to try to address as many as possible. And so if they have a strong cultural understanding, then they'll be able to really root down and base themselves in that diversity, equity, and inclusion concept, be able to move forward with diversifying their workforce, by diversifying the teachers, by diversifying their team, to get the right people in the right positions to be able to do the right things that need to happen in order to address specific issues. And so cultural awareness and understanding, I think, is, I don't know how you would frame that question off the top of my head, but I think being able to capture that as some of the essential skills that are displayed by that person would be a priority. Again, this is in my opinion. The second one is their ability to take initiative. We want someone who is able to jump into this position and be able to start leading efforts. I mean, if we didn't fill this deputy director position, ODE would still be moving forward because everyone knows their role, everybody knows their position. With this deputy director position, I'd really like to see someone who steps in and really starts taking initiatives to push forward efforts to address a lot of systemic issues. And that's where that they spend a lot of, I'm not gonna say a lot of their time, but a good chunk of their time in helping be innovative in pushing either concepts of strategic plan, items that are introduced to them that make logical and strategic sense, efforts that are, again, there to support student success. And so their ability to take initiative and be innovative, again, two essential skills. But again, not saying what they would do, but having a track record and explain, this is what we've done in the past, this is what I would like to do, and then foreshadowing for the future, what they would like to see happen. So I'm gonna pause there because there's a couple of other items that I could talk about, again, in respect to people's time and stepping outside of the question, which is assessing the question, which I apologize to Chair Zapata, but I wasn't sure when would be a good time for me to bring up those.
Yeah, no,
thoughts.
I think that's perfect. Thank you so much. And it is, as Melissa mentioned at the beginning, a conversation, right? So feel free to jump around. I think, Gustavo, you brought up some of the points that could be implicit in some of the other questions. But feel free to just bring some of those other questions into your conversation. I think that is probably a better reflection of that authentic conversation that we want to generate here. So I want to continue also to add that, in my opinion, not just the strategic plan. There are some things that we've captured on the strategic plan that everybody's mentioned already, but there are some things that we didn't necessarily capture in the strategic plan because they may not be at the forefront of our priorities, but they are real in the state. They're real challenges and opportunities. One of them that was already mentioned as well is the challenge that artificial intelligence is going to, the challenge and opportunity that artificial intelligence is going to bring education. We need someone that is going to be, that is going to have vision with that regard, that is going to be prepared to deal with that reality, because it's a huge reality. I'm not going to say elephant in the room because I think it's stuff that we are talking about, but it certainly needs to be addressed. Some of the other challenges that were mentioned already that I also want to reiterate and underscore are the partnerships that we have and need to continue to nourish and build with every other education agency and partner in and outside of formal bureaucratic agencies in the state. Partnerships that we have that will create or break the teacher education pipeline, and how those educators become formed. I think Director Russell hit the nail on the head with saying we have begun to prioritize and address that responsive curriculum that we need in the state. But now we also need to make sure that the teachers that we are producing are teachers that have that at the forefront, that are being prepared adequately with that regard. So I think those are some of the challenges and opportunities that we have visible in our state. And many other questions. Now, because of the time check, I want to be realistic and respectful of our presenters' times as well. If you don't have to answer every question that we have in front of us, so just if you want to take a look and select the question that you really want to weigh in on, that is also a very functional form of proceeding, I think. Second Vice Chair Wheeler, did I see your hand going up?
No, it will be, but not
okay.
Right now.
All
Thank
right.
you, Chair Martinez Zapata.
Okay, thank you. Melissa, back to you.
Thank you. Yes, and Chair Martinez Zapata, you took the words out of my mouth, and definitely heard Director Morales addressing some leadership styles and ways of being and knowing, and how we really should be evaluating cultural responsiveness and success in the world of equity and diversity. And so I appreciate that lens. I want to let you know that I have a little more time if you guys need more time today, but I also wanted to share that individually you may answer these questions after the meeting and send them to me, and I will use those and collect those as part of this process. So I want to make sure that you understand that. I know that on your agenda you would probably need to extend the time here, and I do want to make sure I have time to share with you the process so that all of you know where we are in the hiring process. That will only take about 5 minutes, so it really is up to you as a group how long you want to have this discussion. I am very happy to be here for as long as you need me.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Anybody else want to start off with some of the other questions that we have in the chat? Director Russell, I'm gonna go.
I prefer the teachers going first. Go.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you so much.
Vice Chair Scorlock, yes.
My former superintendent, yes, George Russell. So I did want to make some comments about question number 2, what innovations or visions should be given consideration in Oregon education in the next 5 years. So I have some notes here. The first one is opportunities for all students to work on essay writing skills, presentation skills, and how to apply for colleges and or internships as they prepare for life outside of high school, that must be much more strategic, especially with the scholarship opportunities that students have to stand in front of people, large groups of people. Our kiddos need to be prepared for how scholarship opportunities are changing, and we need to make sure we uplift them from behind, as mentioned by Emily Zhao, with what's coming up in the future for her. I also wanted to address the issues around the media bias chart and making sure that our students are aware of what is a reliable source and an unreliable source, especially with them being inundated with all types of information and they're not sure what is the truth and what is not the truth. And so making sure that that's part of what we do in Oregon Department of Education. And the last part I wanted to share was a kind of a vision that I have that I think encompasses all of us. I would love for us to have opportunities for students across our state to meet with professionals via Zoom to learn about specific professions and then to have Q&A time. For example, maybe on a certain day, there's a time where maybe a doctor or a professor, for example, our chair, Martina Zapata, would have an hour with students where she would talk about her profession, how she became an educator and a college professor, and then students being able to ask questions. Also with doctors, lawyers, mechanics, those kind of things, because what's happening is students who have access to those opportunities to ask those questions. Students in poverty and students who do not have access never have the opportunities to engage with professionals where they can envision themselves in a life outside of high school or outside of middle school or outside of elementary school, and they need that inspiration because they want to know that all of their classes matter, that everything that they're doing has a purpose, and this is one way that we can be innovative and create purpose for our kiddos. And that's it.
Thank you, Vice Chair Skurlock. And I'm going to skip to the Zoom screen because I didn't see Director Howard Wade's hand up. Director Howard Wade.
Yes, I just wanted to note a little bit about the leadership styles and ways of being and knowing. I think it's really critical at this time, and Chair Martina Zapata brought it up a little bit around community engagement and the skill set of being able to engage community, do community building, really sort of turn ODE inside out so that the doors are more open to community partnerships. That is a really valuable skill at this time in education, and that we're going about working with our community-based organizations in the education system. And then I wanted to also note that the conversation about AI is so critical. You know, as recently as I guess 5 or 6 years ago, Eco Northwest did a project and did some statistics or stats that they shared that employers are looking for people to be good at math and to be more human. And if you had to choose between one of those, they wanted people to be more human. And as much as AI gets smarter, the more that we interact with it, there's still that human element that it can't replicate. And again, not to keep harping on freedom of expression, but the way that we are more human and that we develop our humanity is through the arts and through creative expression, and through creativity. And so I just want to sort of make sure that there is the person who comes into this role really values that, lifts that up, and works creatively within the department to work around some of the structures that we have in place that kind of sometimes become a roadblock to innovation.
Thank you so much, Director Howard Wade. And Director Russell.
Did you?
I can go after you.
Go ahead, go ahead.
One of the things that just jumps out to me, and it's not related to a specific question, but overall, is I noticed that in the job description, it talks about government-to-government relationships with tribes, but not necessarily in the proposed question. So while diversity, equity, inclusion includes Native American experience, tribal sovereignty is different. Oregon takes a very strong supportive position on sovereignty, and I think this should also be reflected, or this absolutely should also be reflected in state department leadership. So how can we make legacy decisions and lifetime decisions for tribal youth without some inherent sovereignty knowledge? And so assessing knowledge for tribal sovereignty should be included somewhere, I think, in this process.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Second Vice Chair Wheeler. And now back to Director Russell.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. I want to actually kind of talk about the last three questions combined.
Yes.
And I want to do that from a perspective of having been involved in education in this state for now 40 years and seeing the changes at the ODE and its perception in the field. And say that in particular, over the last 10 years or so, I think that the ODE and the department director and those that work at ODE have become to be perceived as more of being a partner or in a helping relationship, opposed to the perception for many years prior of being in more of an enforcement role. I know that when I was in the field, that I and other superintendents and districts that I worked with only saw it as a bad thing if you had to talk with ODE. That it was not going to be helpful and that it was going to probably be traumatic in some way. And I think that over the past 10 years or so, that has changed. Doesn't mean it's perfect and where it can be, but I think that there is a large feeling of trust by those who are out in the field and working day to day that ODE is somebody that we can work with and talk to and communicate with. And I also see that happening in the communities, particularly community organizations, communities of color, with some of the things that have happened. Some of that's come about as a result of law, but the input that ODE is willing to take from the field, from the community, has expanded significantly. And I think that's appreciated. And I think it's important that whoever comes into this role be seen as continuing that and flourishing it even more so. So that folks do believe that the department and the person in this role is one who is really interested in helping all, recognizing the significant differences that exist in this state from a very, very small district in eastern Oregon to the largest district in the state and everything in between. And have an appreciation of, regard for, and respect for all of those differences, and has the department and that person keep that in mind as they process and make decisions and enforce the rules and regulations.
I think there's a very tender or very critical balance, right, between the enforcement aspect and that nurturing aspect that ODE has been able to develop. We need both, and we need somebody who is capable and leads the department in making sure that that is a very, very intentional balance between nurturing educational coaching partnership role and the enforcement role, which we also have to acknowledge is part of what ODE's function is in one form or another. I also want to add that as far as, I want to kind of backtrack a little bit in to address some of the opportunities and challenges that we have in the state that I think are critical components of what this person needs to be aware of, our new person. One, I want to share with you some of the conversations that I've been involved in the last week or two, and will continue to be involved in as we look at the recertification of some of our charter schools. One of the things that is persistent in the conversations that I hear from parents and students who are advocating for their charter schools is that they are in a unique position in these charter schools to have their children receive the attention that they really need. Why do you come to this charter school instead of your neighborhood school? Because my child is being heard, because my child has the attention that they need. And it made me think, of course, like every other educator in the world and agency leader would think, why is this happening? Why are they so intentional about mentioning this thing? It means that there's a problem on the other end, right? So what is causing or creating that problem is a very difficult and complex situation to break down. And the person who is in this position is going to need to have the ability to critically analyze all of that complexity and be able to address it in a form and fashion that fills the needs of these students in our neighborhood schools. To me, the answer that I'm getting from some of these parents and children and teachers and leaders of charter schools is not the answer that I want to be hearing. I don't want to be hearing that kids are leaving the neighborhood schools because they're not getting the attention, because the disruptions are so great in the classrooms that education is not being tended to. So that's one of the major challenges, and it will turn into an opportunity. I'm talking to my screen because that's where this Zoom room is, but I'm talking to everyone as well. Another one of the issues that I think is an opportunity and a tremendous challenge for us currently is the fugue of leadership in the state. We have a significant number of superintendents who have vacated their positions and have now an inordinate number of new superintendents in the state. How are we going to make sure that these folks stay in these positions? How do we make sure that the job that they are tasked with doing is a doable job, is a tenable job? Those are huge challenges and opportunities. And so, in my opinion, the question that is quite critical for me to answer is the type of leadership that we want in this individual. And you know, there's so many theories out there about leadership, and all of them I think are valuable. I don't think that there is one that has less merit than the other. If you asked me, I would select a combination of all of those leadership skills for our new leader. I would select the perfect person for this position. That's who I want in this position. I think, though, that given one of the things that Director Russell has named in his vision, we need somebody who is going to be able to maintain and sustain the transformation leadership that our current deputy superintendent has, and his team, because it wasn't a one-person show. But the transformational leadership that they have been able to develop, that they have been able to display and utilize with the agency. We need to continue to have transformational leadership, and we need to be able to continue to sustain these changes that Director Russell is talking about, because they weren't changes that came about easily. Think about the monster and or the magician that education could be in our state, and how heavy that lift could be, is really. So a transformational leader, somebody who has in mind that we need to continuously be innovating, that we need to continuously be looking at what the next challenge and turning it into an opportunity might be. So I think those are the important things. Other thing, from my perspective, some of the important things to look at in this, as we look at how we promote this hire, how we move forward with this process. Anything else that we want to share? Any of the other questions and thoughts that come up for you, student advisors, and our superintendent advisor Coakley, who's just joined us? Any other words of wisdom and or advice that we have from other folks? Yes, student advisor, or excuse me, teacher advisor Khalil.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. Just one last thing I want to add. When I'm looking at the last question with experience regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion, going back again to some of the things that were already mentioned about recruiting teachers and looking at, we want our students to look at the staff in the school and see themselves represented. And unfortunately, that's not the case. Not only that, when we don't have that representation and diversity, we have school districts, schools, leaders making decisions and policies that everyone has to follow, not looking through the equity and inclusion lens, but looking through that. And so that's problematic. And so how do we recruit and keep diverse educators? Mm-hmm. Another thing, we're put in positions where, you know, we're now with all of the disruptive.
Is that me or you?
I don't know.
Sean, is that?
Is that me?
We're hearing
It's like, stop.
we hear a bell going off over here, so we're trying to figure out what it is. But I think it stopped.
So with all of the disrupted learning, all the disruptions in the classroom, and we're seeing behaviors that maybe we did not see 5, 6, 7 years ago.
Yeah.
I don't have a psychology or counseling background. I'm a general ed teacher. The program I went through had like maybe one classroom management class, right? Mm-hmm. That prepared us for this job that some teachers are coming into and leaving instantly because mm-hmm. we're expected to be the special ed teacher, the counselor, the everything. So we're wearing all these different hats without the preparation, without the training. And so I would love to see if we're going that route. Obviously we need SEL education, we need so much, but we also need teacher training. Mm-hmm. We're given a classroom with so many different needs mm-hmm. to address when we're not really prepared for that. So how, looking ahead and that, going back to that first question, 5 years from now, I don't think things are just going to go away and disappear. I think we need to prepare our teachers at the school district level and the teacher ed programs for this reality.
Mhm.
So, thank you. I just wanted to add that one last thing.
Yeah, very valid, yeah. Other hands, yes, student advisor, so.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. I think something that's really important, sort of like the innovation and challenges, both of those questions, is like the amount of politicization of education that has been going on, both nationwide and within our state. There's a lot of school board elections I know that are going on, so sort of going off of like the superintendent transition. There's also going to be a lot of transitions between school board members. And there's a lot of, I think, opposition between like candidates across the state, as well as just politicization of what's being taught in schools, how it's being taught. And I think the new deputy director should definitely be prepared and able to provide that sort of statewide leadership, and sort of like how other people were saying, like really focusing and emphasizing community, and obviously making sure that students have access to accurate and open-minded and diverse curriculum that is like preparing them to be good citizens.
Thank you so much for that. Yes?
I'll just add to that, right now in Oregon, superintendents of color are being targeted. Their boards are being targeted, especially if they're moving equity work across their regions, really just to stop the work and momentum. Also, there's been a lot of progress on diversifying the workforce over the past 2 years. And so just based on where our budgets are, and if it's going to be budget cuts, we end up losing a lot of those people we recruited, which I think makes it difficult to keep educators of color in Oregon, because it's just a tough place to connect, especially even in Multnomah County where I am. We recruit people, especially if you're not from a local district and you're coming in from out of state. We find that a lot of our educators of color have difficulty connecting, so I think districts need support systems in place to make people feel comfortable, but also so they have a little bit of stability, and they know that they're not just coming out for a year and then budget's not there, those type of things, and we move back with the progress we've made. And I also want to just say, to our student representative, she's exactly right. So in my district, we have 4 board members of color. Every single one of them is opposed by someone who is on the conservative side, really is against the work that we're doing, which puts my staff, it makes them nervous about what, will we be able to move our strategic planning goals, we'll be able to continue to support students, and not just only myself, but that's across the state. There's only a handful of educators of color, superintendents of color, and I've been the only African-American male for the past 7 years.
Thank you, Superintendent Advisor Coakley. That is indeed, right, one of the huge challenges that I think the state faces, as stated by Student Advisor Zoe, the polarization that is happening throughout the country has been damaging significantly, and these are the examples of how it is impacting our state. The targeting of our leadership, both superintendents and outside of the superintendency, in educational agencies throughout the state. And so having somebody that's gonna be aware of that and how to approach, how to create protections for our leaders of color, our teachers of color. I think, any other questions? I have a few things that I want to add, but I want, not questions, comments or feedback. Gustavo or Kimberly?
Thank you, Chair Zapata. This is Gustavo.
Yes, Director Morales, please go ahead.
Thank you. The only other item that I would add in regards to this position is have a fundamental understanding of policy, both internally within the state agency as well as working with legislature. A lot of the work that they will be doing will in some way, shape, or form manifest in the form of policy as we're moving forward. And I think it's essential that they at least know how and have some level of capacity already developed to work within policy, because it'll make them that much more efficient in moving forward, but also because it's going to be an essential piece of their work.
Thank you. Yes, and Student Advisor Caroline. Go.
Sorry. I would also add, just as an important trait for the ODE director to have is authentic engagement with students and communities, as a lot of other people have mentioned, and a real genuine desire, an authentic desire and proven capacity to listen to student perspectives, listen to family and community perspectives, and really being responsive to what the communities they're serving are saying in a authentic rather than performative manner. And I think a lot of that will be exemplified by their previous work and how they've interacted with their communities and their in their previous role.
Thank you so much. Okay. So I think my my bottom line in terms of what I would hope to see in this leadership position is somebody that acknowledges that dealing with education today is not the same, the approach that we are utilizing today that we need for, not just for today, because we're talking about the future with the idea and the notion of artificial intelligence in mind and the duplication of knowledge as fast as it is happening. We are already talking about how education will look like in the next 50 years, if not beyond that. And yet we are still using models to fund education and to lead education that were efficient, effective somewhat in the 1950s. As far back as the 1950s, because after that it was the chaos that we've seen produced in education. And so I think that in order for us to move beyond that, we need to actually be able to address some of the issues that Teacher Advisor Khalil has brought up, that Vice Chair Skurlock has brought up, issues that are in the classroom and issues that Director Morales has brought up as well that are up here, that are at the macro level simultaneously, right? We can't have a classroom that is filled with 25 students when the issues, and one teacher, maybe one assistant, maybe, if they're fortunate, to deal with the behavioral issues, the multifaceted issues that Teacher Advisor Khalil has named, as well as our student advisors. So I think those are the realities, the challenges, the opportunities that we have, and it's going to require somebody with a discrete knowledge of all of that, in addition to how our state works, what makes our state unique. And at the forefront of all of that is equity, inclusion, and justice for our students. So I think that, Melissa, I think you have some final steps for us that you wanted to share.
I do. So I'm going to try to share my screen now and walk you through where we are in the hiring process. And can you all see the screen? All right, excellent. I'm gonna hide you so I can see it. All right, so we posted the vacancy back in the first week of February, and we posted it on the Oregon.gov site first through the Department of Administrative Services. We have been working with Modus. Modus is also posted, and we have posted the position on a number of, both at COSA and OWALA, which is the Oregon Association of Latino Administrators, but we have also posted on national sites such as the American Association of School Administrators, that's what it stands for, NASB, which is the National Association for Black Educators, et cetera. So our goal is to really look at how we're recruiting, who we're recruiting, and many of those pieces that you highlighted today are pieces that we too have been trying to prioritize in our process here. Throughout this month, we have been facilitating conversations such as this one with a number of community partners and stakeholders, and we have more scheduled for next week. These are just a few of the groups we've already met with. So we've met with each of the student success advisory teams. The Latinx advisory, the African American and Black student success advisory, the ELD advisory. We've met with ODE rules advisory, SIC and SACSI, which are organizations that support our students in special education, the Racial Justice Council. Next week, I meet with Oregon School Boards Association representatives, particularly working with two groups, the Color Caucus with OSBA, and then also speaking with their rural advisory group, to the point that Board Member Russell was addressing. We also are meeting with the leadership teams from the Oregon, from OSBA, from COSA, which is the Coalition of Oregon School Administrators, and then also with our teachers and classified union leadership next week in a group setting. Beginning at the end of March through the 10th of April, candidate phone screenings will be taking place, and that will be Orlando and his team conducting those phone screenings. Orlando and I are working very closely both to develop the rubric for those screenings and then to have the conversations regarding the paper applications that lead to the candidate phone screenings themselves. From those screenings, Orlando will be making, and his team will be making recommendations regarding which candidates we should consider for putting forward for initial candidate interviews. That first round of interviews is anticipated to happen the week of April 17th through the 21st. We'll have a second round of interviews the 1st through the 8th, and the hope is that we would have finalist recommendations to the governor by the end of May. This schedule, let me stop sharing so I can see you all again. So that calendar, though the edges might be a little fuzzy on some of those weeks, one of the pieces that we will be doing is including the State Board of Education in the hiring process. We don't know if it will be during the first phase or the second phase interviews, but your voice will certainly be a voice that is needed, and we want you to bring all of the thinking that you brought today to that interview process. So I just want to have you ask any questions if you see things that are missing that you feel should be included. Oh, one of the pieces I didn't share is that we're also doing a student interview panel, working with student leaders from across the state as well. So I would welcome any questions that you have for me.
Yes, Director Russell.
Thanks, Chair Martinez Zapata. Just a quick question. I didn't see, and maybe I missed it, and I also didn't see it in this document. Is there a place in there where some of the ODE staff have a chance to interact or be involved with that process?
Yes, so sorry I didn't mention ODE staff. So we met with ODE staff as part of this process as well. So they also have been facilitated through these questions, and we've gathered their feedback. And then their executive team will be part of the interview process as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Melissa or Orlando? Okay. I think
thank you.
is it. Thank you so much for being here and for listening to our feedback, and for bringing the questions. I think the guide questions were really helpful to get the conversation started, so we really
I'm
appreciate
so
that.
pleased. And as I said, Chair Martinez Zapata, I will be reflecting that back to you so that you can kind of do a check on, that isn't quite what we were saying. Nothing will be attributed to you personally in that feedback because we're going to pull that into a larger document so all the groups who've been participating can see their own group in juxtaposition with other groups and what those values and themes were. You will see, no surprise, a lot of overlapping theme feedback. But you'll also see things that you mentioned today that I would consider outliers, not in a negative way, but just that you as a particular entity have your eyes on that some of these other groups wouldn't have their eyes on. So, but thank you for your time. I really deeply appreciate it. And we will talk to you soon.
Thank you so much. And at this point, we will take, let's make it a 5-minute break and be back to resume with the regular business of our board. Yes, Director Russell.
Did Melissa leave?
She may have, but we still have Orlando here.
Orlando, let me just quickly, is this is a national search, is that correct?
Correct.
It is
Correct.
focused on
Yes.
national search, okay.
Okay. All right, we will return at 9:25. Thank you. So we will be ready to start. We are ready to start, and on one. So here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2. And welcome back, everyone. We will now resume the regular business of the State Board of Education, and we will continue with our meeting. We will continue our meeting with our board member reports. As a reminder, board member reports provide us with an opportunity to share events, thoughts, and feelings with each other and with the public, especially feelings when it comes to me. Each member speaks on their own behalf and shares their own perspectives. And this morning, we have a special guest with us today that I've been so looking forward to meeting. She is joining us virtually this morning, and I will allow our Secretary of State Fagan's Chief of Staff, I believe, Emily McLean, to do the introduction for our kid governor.
Thank you so much, Chair Martinez Zapata. Good morning. It's really nice to be here with you all. And I have the honor of welcoming you, Leah. I get the honor of representing Secretary Fagan here at the Oregon Department of Education. And I just want to tell the board members here this morning, I had the honor of attending Governor Anders's inauguration and hearing her inaugural speech over at the state capitol on the Senate, getting to join her family and also the other members of her cabinet who I know she'll be telling you about. And I just have to say how impressed and excited we were about Leah's leadership and about her focus. And her kind words were just really, really appreciated by the Secretary's staff. And I also just want to thank the board for giving us time and space here. We believe that the Kid Governor program is such a critical civic engagement opportunity for Oregon 5th graders, and we're so glad that Leah and her classmates are participating. So we want to welcome Leah this morning and give her our time for the update.
Thank you so much. Leah, welcome. Welcome to our board meeting. We want to hear all sorts of things from you this morning, whatever you want to share with us.
Hi. Hello, Chair Zapata and Vice Chair Skurlock, State Board of Education members. I'm so excited and honored to be here with you today. My name is Leah Andrus, and I am 2023 Oregon Kid Governor. I am in 5th grade from Sherwood, Oregon, and I attend Hawksview Elementary. My platform is promoting kindness and ending bullying. I want to start by saying thank you for inviting me to speak here with you today and taking time out of your daily and busy lives to support this amazing program. And I'd also like to take a moment to recognize my teacher, Mr. Gregory, Miss Conrad, and my principal, Miss Mitchell, and Superintendent, Dr. Leon. I had a lot of support and encouragement from my school district, and I wouldn't be here without it. I'd also like to say thank you to Secretary of State Shamir Fagan and our team for managing the Oregon Kid Governor program. Thank you for believing in kids like us. So far, I've been able to meet Governor Kate Brown, State Representative Courtney Neron, United States Senator Jeff Merkley, State Secretary of State Shamir Fagan, and I'm excited and honored to be recognized by the Sherwood City Council and meet one-on-one with the Sherwood Mayor last month. I know we have more meetings upcoming with leaders, and I look forward to meet with them to help end bullying. I also want to take a moment to recognize my incredible cabinet members. Amelia, her platform is to reduce, reuse, and recycle. Ava, her platform is on racism. Clyde, his platform is on healthier schools. Elle, her platform is on pollution. Indaleka, her platform is on healthcare. And Kate, her platform is on pollution. During my term, I hope that we can reduce bullying in our schools and in our communities. through kindness. Like many of you, I've personally seen bullying in sporting games, at the park, and in our schools, and I believe that needs to change. I've personally seen bullying, and I believe no one should ever feel like that. No one should feel intimidated, humiliated, and alone. That's why I believe we should have a weekly note program in which we write kind notes to each other in our classrooms. This program is called Toodles. This will help our classroom bond as we think about one another and encourage and appreciate our differences. Also, I hope our classroom can have a kindness helper. A kindness helper can be any student, and they are dedicated to look for someone who is sad, lonely, and needs a friend. Or they may also report nice things that other students have done to their teacher. This will allow everyone in our classroom to have an opportunity to be more compassionate. Although we can implement kindness at our schools, it's only going to happen if practiced in our homes. I would encourage students and adults to do one daily act of kindness every day. That could be as simple as helping with the dishes, saying hi to an elderly neighbor, picking up toys or garbage. One act of service can become a ripple effect. No one should ever feel hurt, alone, unsafe. I'm excited to be able to work on changing people's lives for the better. My call to action today is for all students, teachers, and school leaders to help my administration implement kindness helpers and daily Toodles program at each school throughout Oregon. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you all today. It's truly an honor. I hope we can work together to make more changes.
Thank you so much, Kid Governor Leah Andrus, for sharing your wisdom and thoughts with the State Board of Education. And thank you so much, Emily, for sharing your time with our Kid Governor. And so we will continue with the board member reports and go back.
Can we give her a hand?
Yes, we sure can. Thank you.
We hope you have a good day. Nice job.
You too. I hope you have a good day too.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that applause, Director Russell. And we will continue with our board member reports, and we'll back up with our regular order, and we'll invite Student Advisor Emily Zoe to give her report.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. Today I wanted to talk about political involvement and civic engagement in schools. As I sort of mentioned earlier, there's a lot of school board elections coming up. I personally have been involved in 2 of the campaigns in our district. I previously served on the school board, and I think that there's a lot of great candidates that are running for school board who have really great vision. Additionally, to help with sort of involving in the school board, I recently started the Lake Oswego School District Student Union as a way to get more students involved in local politics. And I think really emphasizing local politics in schools is extremely important. Oftentimes when we talk about politics or elections, we focus a lot on state and nationwide elections, which are of course very important. But I think emphasizing local elections and making local change is a great way to get students involved with creating change and benefiting their communities. Alongside that, I'd like to express gratitude for my AP US government teacher, Garrett Kepping. He recently wrote a legislative concept that recently turned into a bill, House Bill 3294, about removing racist covenants from housing. God, what is it called? Housing something. From like when you buy a house, basic housing, documents. And so really having teachers like this who are so involved with the community and really inspiring students to make that change. I'm actually missing his class today to be here, so hopefully he forgives me for that. But really being able to have teachers like this who care about local issues and who are involved in the areas that they're teaching, I think is something that I'm very grateful for. And when we're talking about attracting talented young people to the profession of teaching, I think emphasizing this sort of idea that teachers can be involved in the subject areas that they're teaching about, and how inspiring that is to students who want to go along those sort of pathways. I also wanted to talk about speech and debate. We actually have our district championships tomorrow, and I think it's really important to fund extracurriculars like speech and debate, Model United Nations, sports, athletics, etc., in order to build confidence in students, in order to involve them more in the school. Often, school is not just a place where you go to math or reading or English class. It's also a place where students can get together and get to know each other and explore those interests and passions. And I think really funding after-school activities in places where students can find community. I know that we often talk about COVID-19 and how it's disrupted school communities. And I personally think that really the way to bring that community back is by emphasizing sort of those different groups that focus on specific interests or passions, what that students can sort of naturally bond over and find relationships over. And it also has been proven to improve grades and academic performance when a student is more involved with the student body, as well as give pathways to future careers and more. So yeah, really emphasizing the importance of those after-school activities, as well as civic engagement. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, student advisor. So, and now, student advisor Caroline Go.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. I have a lot of similar things I actually want to bring up today as well. And first, I wanted to talk about civic power and civic engagement of students. So last month we had the annual Youth in Government Conference in Oregon, happened here in Salem, and I was lucky enough to be serving as the youth governor this year. And basically, during that conference, students from across Oregon bring in bills that they have written in the model of our own state legislature, and then we debate those bills, we pass them, we go through committee, and then they go through the House and Senate, and then I choose to sign and veto them. And that program has, for me, been very much transformative in helping me realize the civic power that I held as a young person, my ability to create change, to literally sit in the seats of my senators and representatives and really do something actionable about the issues that I saw in my community. And I also just wanted to elevate some of the incredible ideas and bills that the student representatives brought this year. During the conference we signed, well, I signed into youth and government law bills about reproductive rights, yoga and mindfulness in schools, speed cameras around schools, the protection of indigenous peoples and lands, and a variety of other topics. And besides just the excitement about young people's power and political engagement that I get from youth in government, it's really a reminder of how important it is to have immersive and experiential learning opportunities, especially when it comes to democracy and civic engagement for young people, and having accessible opportunities for these, and allowing every student to learn about programs like youth in government and get involved. And kind of related to that, I also wanted to elevate the importance of funding for summer and after school learning opportunities. In January, I testified for Senate Bill 531, which is basically about extending funding for summer and after school learning from the pandemic to be a continuous provision year after year. And I know for me, programs like Youth in Government and a variety of other summer and after school learning programs have really been transformational in helping me realize my civic power and realizing the applicability of what I learned to real world initiatives and real world issues that I want to work on. And I would just elevate the importance of having equitable, accessible, and ideally free opportunities for students to really think of new ways to approach learning, and really, I think, relearn to see learning as a way of really advancing their own interests and career, and in finding joy in that process. And the last topic I wanted to bring up was also related to these, is the importance of language learning and cultural and linguistic immersion. I currently serve as a representative, as an alumni representative for a study abroad program called the National Security Language Initiative for Youth, or NSLY, and it's a full scholarship by the State Department for high schoolers to study less commonly taught languages abroad. And we do have an event this month where we're going to talk about the program for potentially interested students. But again, I would emphasize the importance of having these accessible opportunities. NSLY is free. And there are many other free opportunities for students to study abroad, to immerse themselves in a different linguistic and cultural perspective, which is so important in today's world, not only for our future economic and professional and academic success, but also just for helping us clarify our own values and realize what really matters to us as human beings, regardless of what country or culture we're in. I think nothing can really parallel cultural immersion in helping with those things. So in alignment with accessible civic education opportunities and funding for summer and after school learning, I would really just want to elevate the importance of language learning opportunities and helping students throughout their education learn not only how to succeed in school, but also how to find and succeed in finding opportunities like Nestle Y and other opportunities that help them really advance their interests and continue learning and continue finding joy in learning outside of their classroom as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all of those wonderful words, Student Advisor Gal. Then now we'll invite Teacher Advisor Mona Khalil.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata and members of the board. Today I'm going to share some highlights from my classroom. For the past few weeks, students have been researching endangered animals around the world. Each student chose an animal research, wrote an informative essay, and created an informational book about their animal. They also learned how they can make a global impact by reducing, reusing, and recycling. They use Book Creator, an app that allows them to create books with photos, illustrations, text, and videos. They're able to save those books and view them as long as they have their Gmail account, which is really neat. They have them forever. When they finished writing their books, they presented them to the class. Every single student was engaged throughout the project and so happy. It brought so much joy to our classroom, and I was so proud of their efforts and dedication and excited about their excitement. This project gave students choice and was cross-curricular. They connected reading, writing, listening, and speaking. Students were able to showcase their knowledge and took ownership of their work. They learned from one another. I want to stress the importance of student choice. We need differentiated assessments, project-based learning, and we should connect learning to students' backgrounds, interests, and make it meaningful. State assessments are important, but the scores don't always represent or reflect what our students know and understand. We need different approaches to evaluating and assessing. Including students in their learning is key. I hope the board continues to advocate for different opportunities for our students to demonstrate proficiency and growth. And that's it for today, so thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. You know, y'all, sometimes I feel like just doing a standing ovation to some of the things that everybody says. It's really hard today to keep my mouth quiet and not give feedback on everybody, but I know we have a really long day, so thank you so much for all of that. School Board Advisor Lily Gomez has also joined us this morning, and I would love to invite you to share with us your report, Lily.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair Ms. Zapata. So yes, I got some updates. So last week we were celebrating some classified employee week, and that was really great. We got to recognize those folks at our Monday meeting this week. One reminder before I forget, today is the last day for anyone interested in running for school board. So again, that's my reminder to all. If you've been talking to someone or just continue to nudge, I know that I have a Latino candidate in my community that I'm nudging and hoping he decides that by today. So just a reminder that those applications are due today by 5 p.m. and hopefully everyone's kind of, done some outreach to folks and more POC communities to kind of, get on board and learn the process. I know for me, it's been a great process. I was on the budget committee before coming on to our school board. And this week we actually started looking at setting the parameters for our budget and how it's gonna look like. So it's been really neat for me to kind of see that whole process perspective from being on the budget committee, now being on the school board, and how that all works. So yeah, I really enjoyed that. Another thing we kind of talked about this week was how our district will align with our district's plan for the student success plan, and that was really interesting to hear from our superintendent on what the goals she laid out, and then, you know, coming to school board members and are those the same goals we have for our district, and kind of seeing some great things for the Latino community here. One of them, hopefully adding more counselors to kind of support the emotional health of our students. One else thing I was going to mention that and we're wrapping up the process of evaluating our superintendent. So I know other school districts, I believe, wrap that process up by the end of February. We kind of extended that because we took a new approach this year and we had a few new board members. That has also been just a really interesting process. It looks like we've kind of changed it up the last few years, but we've kind of liked what we've done this year. It's kind of more, we get to hear more input and more voices from the community and staff and teachers, so that's been a good experience. And yeah, that's kind of it for now. I mentioned to you all that I did file to run again, so I will be another candidate in my school district, and hoping, you know, all of that goes well, as well as hopefully getting another partner onto the school board that represents our community and our school district here in Hermiston. So thank you.
Thank you so much, School Board Advisor, Lily Gomez, for that, and thank you so much for filing to run again. I'm really happy to hear that, and also echo that sentiment for all others throughout the state. It's wonderful civic service. And moving right on to Superintendent Advisor Paul Coakley.
Good morning, State School Board. So last Saturday, I had the pleasure of attending the unveiling ceremony at Portland Public Schools for the renaming of their district office, which is now Dr. Matthew Prophet Education Center. Dr. Prophet was Portland's first Black superintendent, but also he was a remarkable educator. He was a transformational leader. He was addressing the achievement gap before it was like a thing that districts were actually, identified to do by the state. And also, he was a personal inspiration to me and motivation for my pathway and journey to superintendent. I used to be in his office when I was a little kid because he hired my dad as a principal when I moved from Tennessee at 5 years old. But I also just want to say congratulations to Portland Public. This is a hallmark moment for their district, but also it's a win for educators across the state. And then this year, I've really been focused on getting into schools as much as possible and connecting with school nurses and school health assistants. And every single visit, I learned something new. It's also different, and every single program is serving students in a different way. And I just want to give a shout out to school nurses and health assistants across the state and let them know that we see you, we appreciate you, and you all make a difference. And then the last thing I want to say is yesterday I was able to attend COSA's Administrators of Color Lobby Day, which there was about 40 administrators from across the state that attended. It was a really great time to advocate for K-12 priorities. We spent the day engaging in the legislative process. We broke into small groups and met with electeds and lawmakers and really tried to highlight stories about how the projected state budget could impact districts if it stays at the 9.9, which we're hopeful and excited that that was the starting point, the 9.9. And as you guys know, our business managers across the state have determined 10.3 to be what we would need to keep the momentum going, and also just the required maintenance and current level of service across the state. And then just talking to superintendents that I work with across Multnomah County, the region of Multnomah County, 9.9, if it stayed there, would result in budget cuts. And so for me as a superintendent, I've been a superintendent for 7 years. I've enjoyed every year, and every year brings strengths and challenges, but 2 of those years were cut years, and those were the most difficult years. we saw programs go away, we lost teachers, we increased class size, we lost classified staff, we lost momentum. We just really had a lot of positive things happening around equity and professional development and school culture, and we felt like we took a couple of steps back. And then before I was superintendent, I was principal in Rainier, Oregon, which is a rural district, and we had about 1,200 students, and there was a cut year there too, which was really a personal feeling, because every single program or whatever we were reducing, we could put a face to the name of like who was actually impacted by that. And so having those conversations with like students and parents, really trying to work through those. And so I know we're just in the middle of the legislative session, and there's a lot of things that everyone's advocating. We're all working towards the same thing. So I want to appreciate everyone for those, and just say we really don't want to take any steps backwards, and let's try to do the best that we can for kids with the budget we have, and prioritize K-12 as much as possible. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, Superintendent Advisor Coakley. And now we will move to, let's see, Ryan Mann is excused and doing legislature stuff today. And so Director Russell.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata, and welcome everybody, and good to see all the folks who are with us online. I just have a few quick things, and I'll try to make them quick and not get too specific. First of all, I want to say about the ODE director process that I was very pleased to have that presentation today and have a chance to engage and look at the materials that they have put together so far and hear where they are in the process. And I will again express my hope that our board leadership will have a significant role in the rest of that process, in terms of at least starting to be engaged with some of the interviews and reviews and so forth. So I will put that out there. I did have a chance this past week or week or so ago to participate in a program at one of our high schools in the district that I'm in, and it was at North Eugene High School, which is one of the 4 high schools in the Eugene School District, and then there are a couple of other ones as well. But and it was what was called the Oral History Project, and the project was based around following on the Depression and the kinds of things that folks were engaged in or involved in overcoming obstacles and dealing with challenges as a part of their life. And so it was interesting. I had 4 students who interviewed me as a part of the project and talk about some of the challenges and so forth. Of course, they were more interested in some of the challenges I faced as being the second black superintendent in the state of Oregon, and but also some of the challenges in terms of the changes that I've seen since I first started in education in Oregon and where we are now. So it was very interesting. And then also it being, I think, only the 2nd or 3rd time that I've actually been back at North Eugene High School since I retired. I also got an opportunity to see the new North Eugene High School that they're just completing the building of, and it is going to be an amazing facility and well deserved. That community has been one that has at least felt for many years that it was not as well served as some of the other communities in that area. The other thing is I had a chance to talk with some teachers and some other students as I was on campus and chatting with folks. And I just want to mention an incident that I will probably talk about later when we get to the complaint process that is on our agenda. But it's one that we've talked about, and I know that as a board, a number of years ago, we put together some guidance around dealing with racial and discriminatory incidents at extracurricular activities. And in this case, and I hadn't heard actually much about it, several students were mentioning to me about an incident that happened at an away basketball game. For some reason, tempers flared at the game and students got in a brawl or fight and so forth. And then actually some parents or spectators came down from the stands and got into it as much as well. And they seemed to, the staff handled it and they separated and that kind of thing. But the thing that was most alarming to them was that from the stands, and particularly from some of the spectators and what appeared to be parents from the opposing team, a number of racial epithets were thrown out, and students were called by the N-word and other kinds of racially disparaging comments made at the game. So I know that we have some guidance that we give schools and some other kinds of things, but I just want to mention it because it may be time to take another look at that. And as we talk about the complaint process, it's one of the things that I brought up before about if you're not a student or a staff at that particular school, but you have a complaint about something that happened at that school or in that district, how do you get that process through the state's complaint process? And so I'm just throwing it up because as we talk about this afternoon, I want to talk a little bit about it. And then the other thing, I also had the chance last night to attend a local board meeting, and an issue came up, and it's been out in the community for a week or so now, I think. And because it relates back to the state's curriculum, I want to at least raise the question and see if maybe it deserves us taking a look at it. So the incident was that apparently, and I guess it's not apparently because I think folks have said that it actually happened, a teacher who was a health teacher gave an assignment to students who were absent, and it was an assignment in writing asking them to talk about their sexual fantasies. And then outline specifically in the charge things they could talk about and shouldn't talk about. And it was fairly graphic kind of explanation and so forth, which caused a stir when parents saw it. And so at the board meeting last night, there were, it was packed with parents who were very objection to the curriculum and what happened and so forth. And the reason I'm bringing it up is because the superintendent, as well as all the board members, apologized to the students and to the parents, saying that it shouldn't have happened and it was not something that was acceptable. But the piece that caught my attention was that as a part of their apology explanation was that it was part of the state curriculum, and that all the teacher did was take a piece from what's called the OWL curriculum and pull it out of the curriculum and printed it out and gave it to the students as an assignment. I'm not sure that's accurate, and as I've talked to other teachers, they've said that's not accurate. There's not a specific assignment along those lines. And so I'm at least asking if the board would consider getting at a future board meeting some information on the OWL curriculum and what it specifically does and doesn't require or allow as a part of that health curriculum around sex education. In general, there's support for sex education and those kinds of things, but there was a lot of folks who felt very taken aback by this specific assignment. And the fact that they're saying that, that comes directly from the state ODE caught my attention, and I think it's something we ought to know more about. That's my report, I'm sure.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Director Russell. And I think that that's within reason, the request to get more information from OD so that we can speak with assuredness and knowledge when we are answering questions to this regard. And certainly not to suggest that we should not be teaching sex education, because it is a very necessary topic and subject, and our world has changed. So it would be very informative to have something on from the department that would give us some guidance as well. So thank you for that. Director Gustavo Morales.
Thank you, Chair Zapata. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So I will apologize in advance. I do have my 2-year-old with me, so you will probably hear her in the background. But as we're talking about education system and early literacy, one of the things that I really would like to continue to push forward and look at how the Oregon Department of Education continues to engage students in student success, both long-term and with this existing student, is looking at how we can incorporate best support early learning, 0 to 3 and 3 to 5, to ensure that as children move into kindergarten, they both have the basic literacy skills and the ability to set the fundamentals for their long-term education. And as I have my 2-year-old with me, I see the fundamental difference with my children who are now in 2nd and 1st grade versus my 2-year-old. My 2nd and 1st-year-old work a lot with my 2-year-old and teach them what they're learning. And so I can see a huge difference in just her education with her working with my children who didn't have that advantage. In fact, both of them started their K-12 virtually because of the pandemic, and the impact that that had on their own literacy skills was quite significant. Unfortunately, my wife and I do our best that we can to work with them, but it's not the same. And now we're having to play catch up with getting them the basic literacy skills on top of doing it on a dual language, which creates additional confusion for them. One that I don't know if there's a good system to help mitigate. And so as we're working with families from different cultures who have multiple languages and within one household, with parents who have diverse backgrounds and varying levels of education themselves, how do we continue to bridge and provide literacy opportunities, which is fundamental to every type of study within the education system? Without basic literacy, you can't study anything. And so how do we ensure that all our children have the strong literacy skills that they need to be successful in whatever field of study that they want to pursue in their careers, but more importantly, to ensure that they're successful through the K-12 education?
Thank you, Director Morales, for sharing that. Very important stuff as well. Very important content as well. Director Kimberly Howard Wade.
I actually don't have much to report on this time around. My work with a creative nonprofit for youth development is quite encompassing. So the extra outreach and volunteer opportunities as a state board member haven't had a chance to really do that. I will say that Monday, on behalf of the State Board of Education, myself and Chair Martinez Zapata did a site visit of one of our state sponsored charter schools, the Ivy School, and Chair Martinez Zapata has talked a little bit about that during the earlier conversation. But it was a really amazing opportunity to see a school really develop into over time and in the midst of COVID. So the last time I visited the school, the last time we did a site visit there, they were in the process of renewing and asking for our certification for renewing. There were a lot of questions, a lot of challenges that we addressed as a state body. And that was right before COVID. And coming back into the space again, 4 years later, some of those things were immediately clear, visibly, that things have been addressed. The walls had been taken down, spaces were open. And if you've been in a Montessori school before, you know that the little stations were so imperative. And the stations were not just inviting to the kids, to the students, but like I wanted to sit down and roll out my work rug and get my number blocks and do the work. And it was exciting. And then meeting with the young people and hearing their excitement and their engagement and their passion about having their parents having chosen them to go here or them having chosen to go here and continuing to commit to being part of the Montessori community at Ivy was so valuable. And I think the number one thing is that, you know, as most people know, Montessori education is usually a private endeavor and something that parents have to really work to pay for. And the fact that the Ivy School exists within our public education system, and so young people who would normally not have the opportunity, families that would not normally have the opportunity for a Montessori education it's beautiful to see, and I would love the opportunity to be bigger and more available, not just in one charter school in one district, sponsored by the state board, but more available if a parent chooses that pedagogy as an opportunity. So I guess that's all I wanted to say. I was just really reflecting a lot on that. That's the community that we got to visit, the engagement of the staff at all levels, the team building that the staff have been able to do, the community that they're creating with the families, and then they're ready to start doing with the community at large. It's really inspiring. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Director Howard Wade. We will continue with Second Vice Chair Bridget Wheeler.
Thank you. Good morning. My board report this morning is somewhat targeted towards our conversation about what a director or what a leader of a state government office can do. One of the highlights in my career will always be bearing witness to the relationships built and the many good deeds that have come out of the government to government relationships with tribes. Senate Bill 770 was passed in 2001 and created this unique relationship between the state of Oregon and the 9 sovereign tribes of Oregon. Last year I was able to witness a once-in-a-lifetime, and by that I mean from the Coquille tribe perspective, experience in state and tribal relationships. For most of you who don't know, my tribe has never stopped fighting for its inherent sovereign right to hunt, fish, trap, and gather traditional foods, plants, and medicines, and to steward these resources in our territory. My tribe did not cede or relinquish any of these rights in any treaties, although I'd like to note that those treaties were never even ratified. In 2022, the Coquille tribe and the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, with Director Kurt Melcher at the helm, worked tirelessly to draft a co-management agreement. The co-management agreement defined that the state office and the tribe would have shared discussions, shared decisions around shared resources. The truth is, when I saw the draft of this agreement, I didn't hold my breath. I never thought that I would see this happen in my lifetime. However, on the day the agreement was being presented to the ODF&W Commission for vote, I loaded up my 2 boys and we drove to Salem for the day. After a 6-hour-long ODF&W Commission meeting with the presentation of the co-management agreement, public comment, the agreement was approved. This co-management agreement, I always get emotional, this co-management agreement has become a reflection of true partnership, collaboration around Oregon's precious natural resources. This agreement addresses a historic injustice suffered by my people. It represents a trust by the state of Oregon in my people and the knowledge, and acknowledges responsible management, the tribe's responsible management of this land for centuries. For that, I will always be grateful. I'm extremely proud of the state and the continued fight to right historic wrongs. This co-management agreement has allowed the tribe to move into a space where our voices are listened to, consulted with, and has created an opportunity for us all to find common ground. It reminds me of what amazing people we are, the communities we have, and that when we value each other's differences, great things can happen. I believe this would not have happened without the leadership at ODFNW, and this person that has been a longtime friend, advocate, and champion for tribal presence, stewardship, and sovereignty. And what this means for my kids is that instead of my lifetime of trying to constantly get to the table and share information about what our resources mean to us and the people that live in that space now, that it means that my kids are growing up in a space where what they have to say around our resources and the things that they heard from their great-grandparents, such as the berries are moving, addresses climate change in a way that people are just now understanding. And so they're able to bring their voices to a table, not in a way that is as a public comment or a shared stakeholder. It means that they have value immediately as soon as they sit to that table. And so I appreciate all the work that's gone into the state and making sure that that leadership is set up in a way to acknowledge those things. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Second Vice Chair Wheeler, that's it indeed moving. And Vice Chair Jennifer Skarlock.
So thank you, everyone. Thank you so much, Chair Martina Zapata, and thank you for all of the presenters, everyone sharing. I especially love hearing from Carolyn and Emily. Just your stories are just always beautiful, and I love that you represent what it means to be strong women as you're growing into who you are, and I just celebrate that with all of you. I also wanted to thank everyone, not only everyone for sharing, but specifically I wanted to highlight what Director George Russell mentioned about some of the concerns, and I had those mentioned around racism and acts of racism that are happening to our students and families outside of school. So sometimes it's in school, but some of the specifics that were referenced in the March 1st, 2023 meeting at approximately 1 hour and 11 minutes was a young girl from North Eugene who was standing in the gap for students of color, specifically Black students at North Eugene, who were being bullied and called racist epithets, not only out in the outside activity, but also in the school. And she shared some stories that were truly troubling. But at the same time, I love that students and staff are joining together as they hear and become more aware to take action, to uplift the voices of students, because there are things that we may or may not see from the classroom perspective, and is happening outside of the classroom, but they need to be acknowledged. Kids need to feel safe inside the classroom, which we do our best to ensure, but also in the hallways, also walking by near the school or going to a school activity. They need to have those protections, and those protections must be non-negotiable. So just wanted to thank you for sharing that. I also wanted to acknowledge some fun things as far as school and education. So I love teaching, as you already know, and I really try to make a point to push my students to not avoid and not to shy away from feelings of discomfort, but to learn to engage in conversation, look at the pros and cons of each side of an argument, and then be able to make their argument in a respectful and honoring way. So one of the controversial topics I gave my AP students is the statement, women are inferior to men. And of course they were deeply offended. And I said, okay, so explain to me why you're offended, or how you would respond to that in a 400 to 600 word essay. And so that was really a lot of fun. And then the other one is in connection to Governor Kitzhaber's the moratorium here in the state of Oregon around should the death penalty be legal. And so students had to really grapple with that. What are the pros and cons of that? And watching episodes from the Middle Ground and doing research using procon.org, and it has been wonderful. Also, my students in English 11, they worked on creating these awesome Othello group projects, and they created their own original scripts and all of that, and they were hilarious, and it was wonderful. But also they had a chance to critique each other in a positive way, and I make a point to do that when students give presentations, to share what did they do well, what did they struggle with, and they get a chance to grade each other, and they really appreciate their peer review and peer information that's shared. It's beautiful. But I wanted to highlight something specific. At the end of our English 12 class, I had the students write their Overcoming Obstacles essay and the purpose of life. And I just wanted to just end with this and share a little piece from a kiddo. When we in education, when we advocate for those who are not heard, the oppressed, and we add it to our classroom curriculum and we highlight it, we give voice to students who are silenced and have been ashamed to talk about the realities of their life. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to share this particular story from a kiddo who wrote this particular essay about a week ago. And this is the beginning of his essay, Overcoming Obstacles. He said, "While growing up, I was always left to wonder if I would be having dinner every night. Before I moved to Oregon, my family was extremely poor, to the point where there were often many nights where we were lucky to have the 10-cent packages of ramen noodles. And many more nights where we did not expect anything at all." He says, as Moliere, we did some quotes, I have them to include in quotes, said, "The greater the obstacle, the more glory in overcoming it." He said, "For many years, I was unable to overcome this and was left to eat what I could while at school for breakfast and lunch, and begging people to let me take home any extra food they had." I read this piece for us during this meeting to remind us that we must continue to be unashamed when we advocate for students in the classroom and we advocate for whole learning opportunities for our kids. Because this precious baby had courage to write his real experience in a formal essay and give me the privilege as his teacher to read his story. Was he ashamed? Yes. But was he courageous in a loving space to share his truth? Yes. And this is why we must advocate for our kids, because they're real. These are not fake stories. They're their real lived experiences. And we must fight for those who are silenced and who go hungry and do not have basic needs that people assume that they have. And that's all I wanted to share. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I told myself that I wasn't gonna cry today, and I'm not. I'm just holding it back. Good morning. Good morning to you all. It looks like the zany, ever-changing, predictable Western Oregon spring is here. My yard, the small but reassuring yard I am blessed to have, is starting to show signs of rebirth and regeneration. Like many people, the symbolism of rebirth and regeneration gives me energy and hope. The idea, the notion of this cycle of life is just super energizing. Growth, it symbolizes growth. It symbolizes progress. It symbolizes all of those values that we as a state board and leaders in education hold precious. So it's a very good reminder, this weather. And it's been a very busy month, so I'm going to share short vignettes of this very busy month for me. The first of those vignettes, the February snowstorm didn't stop the visit of thousands of bilingual educators who came to Portland to attend the National Association of Bilingual Education annual conference, where Secretary of Education Miguel Cardona himself, an English learner, greeted the audience promoting bilingualism and the U.S. Department of Education's priority of multilingual education in the United States. I mean, talk about a standing ovation. That one was one for me. Vignette number 2. Immediately following, I traveled to Washington, D.C. to learn more about and advocate for the credit union movement in the country. It's really stark contrast, right? Education, credit unions. This conference also contained a strong education undercurrent, or at least it felt like it was that way to me. A classmate recently argued in class that education is the only profession that does not just touch, but is the genesis for all other professions. She said, education is like the window that everyone has to pass through in order to move through and into the rest of their lives. That was just phenomenal to me, a phenomenal framing of the work that we do. And so even this conference on credit unions was a platform for perspectives on education and equity. One of the keynotes was a conversation between the Credit Union National Association president, or CUNA, and former Secretary of State under George W. Bush, Condoleezza Rice. What a brilliant woman. In her chat with the CUNA president, Dr. Rice was asked about her journey up in education and into her national leadership position. She quickly quipped that she needed to make it clear that in her family, she was not the first to graduate from college. In fact, she isn't the first generation to achieve a PhD. She is in fact a third generation college graduate. Her grandfather was being the first, and the second generation to receive a PhD. She followed that explanation by saying that she was in fact, as a child, told that because she is Black, she would have to work twice as hard to make it as far as other kids made it. I wasn't told, she said, isn't it so awful that you have to work twice as hard to make it as far as other kids have to? She said this immediately after stating that she had the privilege of being a third generation college graduate. As soon as we victimize ourselves, we lose, she concluded, and was championed with the applause of thousands of credit union board members and leaders from throughout the country. The irony, I thought, to believe that protesting injustice is victimization, especially after making it clear that your struggle is not the same as the disparate number of Black students who are systemically pushed out of education before even making it to college. There were perhaps a lot of opportunities in that conversation, though to me, what stuck was damage. And I'm asking you, what do you think the greatest damage may have been in that message? Like, it's a real question. What do you think was the most damaging part of that message? Sure, yes.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. Just going back and thinking, not speaking your truth or being ashamed of it, and wanting to be, I grew up with that as well, like wanting to think that I can be just like you and I'm gonna be ashamed of who I am, so I'm not gonna speak of it and just pretend to be like everyone else, because that's what I'm striving to be, right? So to me, that's not speaking your truth, that's being ashamed of who you are.
Let me share with you what to me was, thank you, Teacher Advisor Mona Khalil. To me, the greatest damage in that message that Dr. Condoleezza Rice, one of the most brilliant women that I've seen and had the opportunity to have an exchange with in person, one of the most damaging messages or portions of that message was that victimization trope was sold to literally every credit union leader in the country. We are victims and not fighting for justice when we say, isn't it unfair? And here is thousands, 7,000, to the tune of 7,000 financial institution leaders in the country listening to this very damaging message. I would love to ask Dr. Rice how she explains the wealth gap in 2023, though I'm quite certain I can already make out the extension of victimization. The internalization of oppression is so, so real. Vignette number 3. Women's History Month is underway, and we recently observed International Women's Day. So I want to read to you an excerpt from a book I'm previewing for Black Studies class. It is titled A Black Woman's History of the United States. This book that I have here by Dinah Ramey Berry and Callie Nicole Gross. This is my March book recommendation to you. And I'm going to read a short portion of it. Whether challenging segregation in education or in public spaces, Black women and Black girls were on the front lines where new laws were transformed into changed daily practices. But many were also beginning to combat gender disparities within our own communities. In the 1940s and 1950s, Pauli Murray hotly criticized what she coined Jane Crow, marking an early version of intersectional Black feminism. She was incensed by the sexist ideas and practices at Howard University and within the civil rights movement that sought to limit women's leadership and intellectual contributions, especially as Black women were increasingly leading desegregation efforts. Black leaders such as Ella Baker, a seasoned grassroots organizer going back to the 1930s, had fought to move Dr. King and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference away from hierarchical approaches. Baker and King rarely saw eye to eye as she pushed for more broad-based coalition building that empowered every Black woman and man. In addition to helping coordinating nonviolent social activities with the SCLC, Baker helped create a space for young people to organize themselves, convening young activists at Shaw University in the 1960s to effectively give birth to the Student Nonviolent Coordination Committee, or the SNCC. For Baker, having young minds play a central independent role in the movement was essential. Because she felt they enlivened the struggle and were less likely to be weighted with scars of battle, frustrations, and the disillusionment that come when the prophetic leader turns out to have heavy feet of clay. I mean, I could read the entire book to you because it is that moving, that touching, that motivational, and that educational. This is the kind of information that I hope every one of our students has access to every day of their lives. This is just a short little snippet, 2 paragraphs that I read, and it included the names of 2 women who have been instrumental in the movement for social justice in our country that has long been led by our Black community. Black women on International Women's Day need a significant recognition. The book presents illustrations of Black women's achievements throughout history into the current millennium. Like them, Coronela Maria Quinteros de Meros of the Mexican Revolution, activist Rigoberta Menchú of Guatemala, Gertrude Simmons Bonin, born into the Yankton Reservation of South Dakota, Catherine Harrison of the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde, Kathy Jetnil Kitchener, a Marshallese climate change activist, and so many more women here and around the world are the women who are commemorated on International Women's Day and this month. The recognition of women in history. They are the women who have decade after decade protested and stood up to injustice. And then finally, vignette number 4. I have like 20 million vignettes, you all, but I'm limiting it to 4. It is a follow-up on the OED Senate Bill 744 report, the Community Informed Recommendations for Equitable Graduation Outcomes, presented to the board, as you may recall, in September of 2022. At this time, I would like to request that the Department of Education prepare a transition plan and timeline for carrying out key recommendations from the Senate Bill 744 report. It is my goal to have an initial transition plan to review and a first read in the next 2 to 3 months as we seek to prioritize the work that has been so intentionally initiated by the current agency leadership. I look forward to moving this work ahead in the months to come. And at the discretion of the department, when it may be the most appropriate, that timeline is very flexible, and I think perhaps a little generous. So any time in the next 3 months, we would love to see a plan and a timeline to move those recommendations ahead, at which time I hope that the board has lively engagement with those recommendations that were indicated on the report. So it gives us all some time to reflect back on the recommendations that the department made based on Senate Bill 744. And that, whoops, I just closed my information sheet, which I need. And that is the conclusion of our board member reports. We will take a 5-minute break and reconvene at 10:40 something, 42. 10:42. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We will now resume the state board meeting, and we are now joined by the ODE director, Colt Gill, and we will start this after this break. After this break, now we will resume with the ODE director's report.
Great. Thanks, Chair Martinez Zapata and board. Apologies that I couldn't be here this morning. We were presenting in the Joint Ways and Means Subcommittee on Education. We've been presenting there for 2 weeks now and have 1 more week to go. So this is, if you think about it in school board terms, it's like going before your budget committee and sharing all your budget ideas for the future. So they'll take all that into consideration, all the sharing that we've done over the past few weeks and the coming week, and then they will be meeting with all the other education agencies as well. So it's not just Department of Education, but HEC and the Department of Early Learning and Care, TSPC, and all of our partner agencies. And then they will wait for the next revenue forecast. That's called the June revenue forecast and gets delivered in May. And then they will go to work on the budget and probably have us come back in and talk about specific programs that they're interested in investing in. So that's why I couldn't be here this morning. And we were celebrating our chief of staff who just got an award for being an outstanding supervisor to an employee who serves in the National Guard or the services, you know, helping to work through the time that they're away. So that was a nice little surprise for the day as well. Before I get started here, I know I will move fast through my slides, but I know that there were a couple of items that came up through your board director presentations. So I know the Senate Bill 744, at the request of the chair, we will go to work with staff and begin to come back to you with what a timeline could look like to provide recommendations to you to consider the next steps of what a deeper engagement looks like. So if you all remember, we did a lot of engagement to create that report. Thousands of people in Oregon, students, families, educators, and community and business partners all weighed into that. But then we collected all of their information. We added some research and some knowledge around what's happening in other states, and we came out with these proposed recommendations that we think work interactively together, and we presented it. We did not have the opportunity to go back to community and say, did we hear you right? Is this really what you meant? Or we took what you said and we put it together with what other states are doing, and we think this might be the closest solution for Oregon. We never had that opportunity. So that's a part of the next step, is we need to go back to community in some way and have a little bit of deeper engagement. So we'll come back to you with some planning for what engagement could look like, timeline, what recommendations we think might be still important to focus on in relation to some recommendations that the legislature is taking up, like the Future Ready course that's in those. There is a bill moving through the legislature that I believe would have a good opportunity to pass, so we'll want to continue to track that as well. And so we can present that to you and the governor's staff as well, and then move forward. Does that sound appropriate? Okay.
Very much.
Okay. And then I think there was a question on Eugene 4J School District and the OWL curriculum that was used there for some lessons in sexuality education. I don't know the specific question, but I'll share a little bit of information, see if that covers it, and then ask more questions, Director Russell, if I don't cover it. I think from the state level, what I would share is that the responsibility for ODE and the state board is to develop standards for comprehensive sexuality education. And that's in statute, and the definitions for what comprehensive sexuality education is also included in statute. We created some rules that the State Board of Education passed, and then standards for what needs to be included in the curriculum at the local level, or what students need to learn through participation in instruction and curriculum at the local level. But the Department of Education stops there. So it does review and create a state-adopted list of health curriculum. And we note in there that there are no general health curriculum that meet all the standards of the comprehensive sexuality education standards. And then we let districts know that when we have been working on a project partially funded by the Oregon Community Foundation to create lessons for school districts. And we're continuing to work on that. We sent some of that information out earlier this school year. But we don't have any standalone sexuality education curriculum adoption process. And we don't endorse or particularly recommend any. We do send a lot of information about various programs out there for local school districts to consider, and they can review. But just like in all curriculum areas, all the content areas, whether it's literacy or mathematics or science, the local school district goes through a process to adopt a curriculum, and then their school board adopts it for their district. In this case, they can adopt a health curriculum that's off the state list, but they would be to supplement in sexuality education.
Mm-hmm.
And there isn't a list for that. Does that answer or respond to? Because I don't know that I wasn't.
Well, I think it does. I guess my concern was really that the impression that we would get from having been at that board meeting and hearing folks talk was that the specific lesson that was requested of students came directly out of the state's curriculum. And I mean, that was what was said. I heard it said, I was there. So I just think, I mean, which in my view is casting a view about the state and ODE that wasn't accurate unless, at least that I knew of. So I just wanted to clarify that, and I think that maybe some further discussion may help me do that. And, yeah.
Yeah, and happy to connect more offline too. And the particular lesson in question doesn't, from our review of what we've seen, in again, only in media, we don't have, that's a part of the OWL curriculum that we don't have access to unless you purchase it. And ODE has not purchased it. But what we saw online in the media, that particular lesson doesn't align with a state standard that we could point to in compared to sexuality education. Okay, so
Thank you.
now the report. Thank you. Corey's going to help. We're trying to overcome what we think is a potential technical difficulty because I want to show a short video. But I have two things to share. Some celebrations, which I'll dive into right now, and then a little bit of an update on the 23 legislative session, and happy to answer questions about any of it. The first item I wanted to share is a celebration of one of our students at the Oregon School for the Deaf, Carrie Morgan. Just last week, she was named Oregon's 2023 Poetry Out Loud champion. And she is going to travel to Washington, D.C. in May to present at the Poetry Out Loud Nationals and represent the Oregon School for the Deaf and the state of Oregon. And we have a video of her poetry, if we can get to it, and a little bit of a celebration afterwards. And I know our Chair Martinez Zapata talked just recently about let's bring back the videos we used to share.
Yes.
So this was a perfect opportunity.
Yep.
Oh.
One moment. Thank you. There is a video.
The stage, Carrie Morgan.
would you make a lot of noise and raise your hands high for our winner, Carrie Morgans. Yo! Let's celebrate this community with some love. Ew.
Yes, very.
Beautiful moment there, and many thanks to the team at the Office of Enhancing Student Opportunities and the Oregon School for the Deaf for supporting those kinds of activities. Really nice. A couple more of these. So last week, Carmen CMR Urbina and I, Deputy Director, had the honor of hosting students from our sister prefecture in Japan, the Toyama Prefecture, and we discussed all kinds of things about differences between schools in Japan and schools here, with about 20 high school students who sat around these tables and shared what was happening in their schools and asked about what was happening in schools here in Oregon. And it's just a really nice cultural exchange. Had some formality to it, but the students also were all practicing their English speaking skills and really showing my inadequacy in any other language, and especially Japanese. So it was great that they were able to understand me and I could understand them as well. But it's a really nice visit. We've had a sister relationship with the Toyama Prefecture here in Oregon for the last 40 years. And we've had the opportunity to host groups a few times during my tenure at ODE, but it's always a nice opportunity. And one more, regional OBOB, so Oregon Battle of the Books. Tournaments were held the last few weeks across the state of Oregon as teams compete regionally to represent their region at the state level on April 15th at Chemeketa Community College. And it's always an exciting time. So I got to serve as a moderator in several of the battles throughout the tournament, throughout the day, but also this final battle between Buena Vista School and Edgewood, sorry, almost forgot the name of the other school there, and Edgewood School. And they were both amazing teams. Thankfully, they and the next two contenders all got to go to state. So while we were determining the regional champion, both teams got to make it to the state level and continue their competition. They do this at, this was elementary level, but it also happens at middle and high school level. And then this weekend, I'll be going to the FFA State Convention in Central Oregon and celebrating along with thousands of students, all the work that they put into this year around FFA and competitions. So, and they'll be inaugurating their new officers as well. So looking forward to that. The legislative session, so my last topic, again, just a picture of where we're at within the session. We're about a third of the way through. Tomorrow is the last day for bills to make it onto agendas between the 17th and April 4th. And then if they aren't heard by their first chamber by that timeline, all the rest of the bills will be dead. There are a couple of pathways for them through a couple of committees, but mostly that really narrows the scope of the conversation around bills. So tomorrow evening is a really good time to look at all the committee agendas between now and the 4th, and to know what is still alive and what may still be moving through the legislature. Again, like I shared, the June revenue forecast actually comes out in May, so that is correct, May 17th. And that's Shortly after that is when they'll begin really serious discussions around budgets for schools and all the other services that the state provides. But that's another time to be watching. Their constitutional end date is the 25th. Their target end date is the 15th of June. So we'll see how that goes as they progress through the session. With all the bills that we either created or are a part of with the governor, all those in bold there are moving forward currently in some state. Many of these have already gone through one complete chamber and are waiting a session or a meeting, work session in the next chamber or in the Ways and Means Committee. And others of these have heard their first hearing or have been at a first hearing and are awaiting a vote. And a couple have yet to be introduced. So Senate Bill 1050 is on an agenda, has not been heard yet, but that's the Ethnic Studies and Holocaust and Genocide Professional Learning. Senator Wagner, who's the Senate President, is sponsoring that bill along with the governor who introduced it. So I believe it'll have good standing and it's scheduled to be heard with Senate Education soon. The governor's early literacy bill, along with Representative Kropp's bill on early literacy, are both awaiting a shared amendment process. But we did have an informational session with the House Education Committee. Geez, it was just this week on Monday. So a really good meeting. The governor came and spoke to the bills and spoke to the need for these bills to cover what's critical to instruction in reading, the science of reading, but also to honor first languages, to bring community and family into the process of learning to read and literacy. And so, so it's a really nice set of goals and presentations there. Senate Bill 1045 is currently a placeholder, but that's where Governor Kotek will bring forward her ideas for supporting the recommendations in the Secretary of State's Systemic Risk Report from last spring. So we'll see those amendments begin to come forward next week, and this is also scheduled for a work session and a hearing in Senate Education. I think, the last two, the reason that those are not bolded, so those have not been heard yet. They aren't introduced as bills. What's happening is that the governor's office is planning to work with Ways and Means Committee to enter these into the budget process, so that the changes that are required in any funding related to those would happen there. With the Refugee and Immigrant Student Success Plan, that is how we started the Pacific Islander Native Hawaiian Student Success Plan. So last long session, we got budget and funding to begin, and we hired staff to start the work of the advisory committee and begin writing the student success plan. And then this session came the full bill, excuse me, and hopefully funding to begin the community-based organization and school district grants. So in the governor's budget, she has allocated $2 million for the Pacific Islander Native Hawaiian Student Success Plan and the grants to go with it, and $4 million for the Refugee and Immigrant Student Success Plan. So that's what she'll attempt to move forward through budget bills. The next slide is other topics that are being discussed, so still quite a bit of discussion around school funding. The governor met yesterday and with administrators of color from around the state of Oregon. And in that meeting, she named that the current service level for the state school fund was around 10.5, or around 9.5, excuse me, and that in her budget she put it at 9.9. She also named that sort of the lack of clarity around where the revenue will be in the future and what the economy's doing, but stated to that group that if the June forecast comes in healthy, like the most recent forecast did, then she will be pushing to move it closer to the targets at 10.3. The bill that was to move TSPC into the Department of Education, the Senate Bill 275 that has had a hearing, is now getting an amendment. It looks like the amendment will make it more of directing the department and the commission to come together to create a recommendation for how this could happen in the future, but not have it happen immediately. So, let me think if any of these other ones are. I would say the third bullet there, the school accountability, local versus state authority. This conversation is happening many, many times throughout the session in relation to many bills and to many budget requests. And a lot of concern from legislators around we're paying for this activity in schools. How do we know that it's actually happening? How can we hold districts accountable? Also, a lot of discussion around holding districts accountable for student rights, whether they're civil rights or Title IX rights or individuals with disabilities rights, and how that currently is happening, where the barriers are to the department or the state's ability to intervene on behalf of students. And so I think that we will see some changes. I don't know that they'll come across in any one single bill, but I think in multiple bills you'll see more moves towards state authority. At least there's a lot of discussion about it. I think those are the key. I would say that fourth from the bottom there, greater support and accountability for students with disability. There are a number of bills. So I think that a half dozen or more bills that enter into that space. And I believe that at least some of those will pass. So we'll see some different things happen to help ensure that students with disabilities have access to full school days, that they continue to have access to diploma options that meet their needs, that we continue to train and support and reduce the use of restraint and seclusion, and just make sure, in general, make sure that students have access to all the supports that they need to succeed, and that are really provided for them in some ways in law, but there hasn't been an accountability model for the state to make those shifts locally when those services aren't being delivered. I think that's it.
Yes.
Thank you,
Director
Madam
Russell.
Chair. Are these just legislative concepts? Or are there specific bills being proposed in these areas? Or are they just areas being discussed at this point?
Thank you. There are school funding bills. The TSPC bill does exist. School accountability, there are some, but they are typically on a specific topic. So there are some definitely related to individuals with disabilities. The governor's bill, Senate Bill 1045 on the systemic risk report will have, as I understand it, will have some expanded accountability and authorization for the Department of Education to address Division 22 requirements in a more functional way, so it wouldn't be just complaint-based and based on district self-reporting, but would allow the department to evaluate districts on their compliance on a regular basis, like we did experience as superintendents when there was like a 3 or 6 year cycle, that kind of thing, and to look when there are reports in media that make it appear that there might be a violation of Division 22, that the department could open an investigation to determine if that's true or not. So I think, so there are some specific bills there. I haven't seen the regulation of online schools. There are ideas being talked about. I don't know that there's a bill that has moved forward yet into a hearing. There are bills introduced, for sure. Mental health supports, there is a bill there are a couple of bills there. There was a universal meal provision bill, but I haven't this is unofficial, but I've seen the media reports that might not be going forward. Just in relation to that, remember that when the Student Success Act passed, it greatly expanded access to school meals, and we never implemented it until this school year, because during the pandemic, when it would have been implemented, we had all kinds of waivers that allowed us to have universal school meals here and in other states as well. So this is the first year we're using the provisions of the Student Success Act to provide more access to meals. And so I think what we're being asked to do is measure, like what is the access and is it working in schools? So I'm guessing that's where that one will go. There are at least a half a dozen specific bills that have had hearings on supports for students with disabilities. Educator workforce support, there is a bill from Senator Dembro. It has a number of provisions in it. Among them is a pay differential for staff who work specifically with students with disabilities to try to overcome some of the worker shortages in that area, both for classified and licensed. Capital improvements, there are budget bills around that, and then Representative Hudson, I believe, has a bill to provide more capital improvement funds for school districts. And we have a school safety bill, so yeah, so most of those do have at least a bill to talk about, but I think the discussions are broader than just the bills.
Yes, Vice Chair Scurlock.
Thank you so much, Chair Martinez Zapata. Good to see you, Colt Gill. I do have a question. Thank you for clarifying. I do have a question about the, please forgive me, my eyes just lost it. The school board member training.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, does that have to do with people not being familiar with Robert's rules, or does that have to do with some of the injustices that we are seeing across the state as far as people trying to target protected groups or dismantle their rights per se, and what educators are allowed to do in the classroom as they're working with a diverse group of students. I wasn't sure what that was about.
Yeah, thank you, Director Scurlock. So I think, I have not seen the exact bill, so what I will do is I'll talk with Zoe Larmer, and we will get back, we'll actually send you the bill and name what we think is happening with it. But I know that the discussions going into it have mostly focused on the side of making sure that boards understand their role in protecting students' civil rights and equity and anti-discrimination kind of practices. That's been the discussions that I've seen. There are, some of that is in relation to their roles and responsibilities as board members, but not really the technical aspects of Robert's rules, more what's my role on a board and what am I accountable to and what are my authorities. Some of the ethics commission kind of understandings of what the position they hold. So,
thank you for clarifying that. Yeah.
But we'll send you the bill that we, and where it's at.
Yeah, thank you.
We also had a question from the online participants, but I think it was also aligned with a question that you had, Vice Chair Scurlock. Anything else? I also have some questions, but I'll save them for the end.
I do have
yes.
one. So educator workforce supports, and I'm thinking of that, and then student and staff safety. In some of the conversations that have come up, and I know you all in this space are familiar with that, there's concerns around not only school shootings, but the lack of staff to support, a behavioral issue or outbursts or things like that, and that being in connection to educator workforce supports, where people feeling like they're not getting the supports, and then that's impacting the retention of educators, or educators feeling like they're being set up for failure. Does that make sense? Yeah, and so they feel like, wait, if you know that these things are not being done and things are not, things are not changing, then that means that my classroom or whatever program will fall apart. I was curious if those things were being, discussed in those places, because I think if they are, it would be a great encouragement for people in education who are concerned about what things may look like, especially with budget cuts and how the ripple effect will be for next year.
So I would say, yes, they're being discussed, and I don't know that all the bills actually meet all the goals. We did in this same meeting where the administrators of color were, you were there, so you can jump into it if you have anything to add, but Senator Dembro discussed specifically the issues related to what you're talking about, the need for more staff, especially staff that feel adequately trained and supported to support all students. It's been in Senator Dembro, he's the chair of the Education Committee, that many of the bills to protect rights and provide full education access to students with disabilities have been discussed. So he is definitely putting those together and naming that we do need all students to have full access to school, and we need staff to be field ready and able to support all students. And so part of the reason that he has that differential for educators who work with students with disabilities is to help overcome the shortage. What he named in the meeting yesterday was that we need to make sure that the state school fund can be large enough to support this, so that if we just change pay scales for individuals across the state, and the goal is to have more people there, that there's enough budget for school districts to actually be able to afford it. So he named that in the meeting yesterday with the governor, and the education chair was there as well.
And I'd add to that Senator Dembro has been out to a lot of different districts, really just listening to the needs and the conversations, and really I think he has a good understanding of what supports are needed for teachers and districts to move their goals forward. So I'm really hopeful about that. And then there's been a lot of conversations with districts and police departments, because that's also a piece. I think that over the past few years, especially some districts have moved away from SROs, that there's been a lack of response from our police officers when there is a school emergency, and it's up to districts to really move the safety piece forward. But we're trying to rebuild those relationships and accountability, because it's a need. Like there's a huge increase in shootings, so even outside of schools and just in proximity to schools, especially in Multnomah County.
Oh gosh, I have so many things and so many reactions that I'm just going to save and maybe have conversations individually with folks. My questions and or comments, Colt, are more about the school accountability and the school board member trainings. I'm somewhat disappointed to see that there hasn't been conversation about having a general bill that supports more accountability measures, state versus local accountability, because I think there's something to say for having a general law that stipulates this is the process. I do hope that the bills that are moving forward in that regard give some clarity about general superintendency of districts that are in egregious violations of Division 22 and or any other rule or standard that applies to the management of education. All of which could likely be prevented if we had adequate training of school board members. And so that bill to me is, I think, critical. I think it really speaks a lot about the necessity to have it when we see over and over that there are school districts that believe they have the authority to dismantle state law on sexual harassment, for example. am going to call attention to my home district and some of the suppositions and propositions that their policy, the board's policy committee have made, which I don't know how a board like this can continue to function. So all of that to say, these are really important bills to us, and if we have an opportunity to speak on these, I would highly encourage any and all of us to do so. So thank you so much for that. Also looking to see what the outcome of SB 1045 might be. Okay, any additional questions or comments for Director Gill? If not, thank you for your patience on public comment. The folks that, I think we have one person who is in the queue. So we will move straight into public comment. Members of the board, within the public notice for our meetings, we are including a link for members of the public to register to provide direct public comment. I have asked Board Administrator Rosenberg to lead us through this process and support our speakers. So Corey, would you help us with this, please?
Thank you, Chair Martinez-Zapata. I'd like to remind the board and our participants that the role of the board within the public comment process is really to actively listen and reflect. This process allows members of the public to provide testimony on items before the board or to raise issues to the attention of the board and the agency. It does not provide an opportunity for discussion, dialogue, or response, nor does it replace existing complaints processes. Speakers may offer objective criticism of state operations and programs, but the board, since it has no supervisory authority, will not hear complaints regarding individual personnel. As Chair Martinez-Zapata mentioned, in accordance with our public notice for this particular meeting, individuals providing comment will have 3 minutes each. We have one individual who has signed up to provide public comment today. That would be Justin Potts. Justin, can you hear me? And if you can hear me, can you turn on video and audio? Justin.
Can you hear me okay there?
Yes, we
Corey?
can. Yes, we can. Justin, again, just thank you so much for your patience. I know we've run a little bit late today. Justin, as soon as you begin, please state your name for the record, and once you've done that, I'll start the timer just to keep track, and then I welcome you to provide your comment at this time.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Corey, for that. For the record, my name is Justin Potts. I'm a school psychologist. I have been doing this for 23 years as a school psychologist and 29 years as an educator. Thank you, Chair Martinez-Zapata, Vice Chair Scurlock, and board members for taking a moment to listen to me. I did submit written comments, so I'm going to be brief today. I'm commenting once again on the proposed adoptions to the changes in rules around pretty much every category of eligibility. And I don't think I spent the time last time to be clear about what my position has been. And that is, going back even to 2002, I have been involved in these large-scale statewide student information systems adoptions, specifically around special education. And I will say to Director Gill's comments, I have been a strong advocate for students with disabilities and being their advocate and not necessarily the advocate for a district or for a particular group. It is really about what is best for particular students. There have been no changes since my comments last time on those proposed rules, and in 2011 I spent a huge amount of time assisting a state work group that's been in existence actually since the early 2000s that I both sat on and led, to develop the specifications for the outside vendors that do these student information systems. And it's not just as easy as a cut and paste or replace you have to provide these specifications to vendors. And so there are yet again about 45 pages in the proposed rule changes, most of which are not related to the actual requirements under statute for Senate Bill 13 and 16. And the system I'm consulting on and that the work group that I facilitate, I've been doing for a decade, represents about 365,000 students in the state, including, by the way, the Oregon School for the Deaf, who actually reached out to me not too long ago to get support for their own system setup. And so this tracks hundreds of the compliance elements related to every bit of provision of special education, and it's local experts that actually provide the vendor with those specifications. So the department has basically said it's going to give us, it's not going to have its own sample. If you adopt everything that's on the table right now, they're not going to have their own sample forms ready until the end of June, and have given us until August 15th to get all of our specifications in and get those into our systems by that time. That is simply untenable. While the vendor will do whatever we ask of them, it's work like mine that is required to give them the specifications, and that work I do for free. That has been on top of my regular job, essentially subsidized by my work in my districts to support our own implementations. So if you approve all of those changes rather than just the ones that are narrowed to the specific statutory requirements, I will step down from my role on that work group and my facilitation of that. This, along with all of the action that's happening in the legislature, I'm also Eugene Education Association's legislative chair, so I've been reading many of the bills that you heard Director Gill talk about. They are going to layer hundreds of additional potential requirements on us, and I do not want to be seen as responsible for the challenges, the inevitable challenges that are going to be occurring from that. I wish the department would work more collaboratively with us. They reached out originally to me about that timeline, and I said, well, it depends on whether or not you make substantial changes or you keep the changes limited. So I'm asking, once again, one last time, to keep the changes limited to the specific elements, and I'm also very concerned about the upcoming requirements related to, for example, the abbreviated school day legislation, which will be substantial and onerous at a time when we are losing special education teachers. We cannot keep people in. It won't matter how much you pay them. They will not stay in the job with the amount of requirements that are being placed on them. They will spend all of their time just doing compliance. So I thank you for your time. I know this is a complex area. I wish I could have more individual conversations with you, but time does not permit. So thank you again.
Justin, thank you so much for those comments. I'll remind the board that we've also accepted written comment. We have at least one case also on this item. It's been uploaded to board book, and then a couple more pieces on one of our afternoon items. But Chair Martinez-Zapata, that is the only person that registered to provide virtual public comment today, and so I pass it back to you.
Thank you, Corey. Thank you, Justin, for attending and doing providing your comment virtually and in written format. The board, as Corey has indicated, has also received written public comment, which has been uploaded to board book and is available for us to review. Okay, and with that, we will move to our consent agenda. As has been the practice, I will call for a motion and a second. Vice Chair Skurlock will make that motion for our consent agenda, and to be seconded by Second Vice Chair Wheeler. And then Corey will conduct the roll call. So, can I get a motion for the consent agenda?
I move the items on the consent agenda.
Seconded.
We have a motion from Vice Chair Skurlock and a second from Vice Chair Wheeler to move the items on the consent agenda. All those in favor of moving the consent agenda will say aye, and any opposed will say no. And Corey, would you please conduct the roll call?
Director Russell?
Aye.
Director Morales? Director Morales, I believe you're on the call. Come back to you in a second. We might have some tech difficulties. Director Howard Wade?
Yes.
Second Vice Chair Bridget Wheeler?
Yes.
Vice Chair Skurlock?
Yes.
Chair Guadalupe Martinez-Zapata?
Yes.
And then one more time, Director Morales, can you hear us? it sounds like Director Morales might have stepped away, so with your permission, Chair, I'll mark him as excused and we can come back later.
Thank you. Yes, that'll work. The motion passes and it is so moved. We will now transition to our first readings. And the first read that we have before us is a school sports pre-participation examination form, OAR 581-021-0041. And we have Emily Nazaroff, from the Office of the Director, and Peter, I'm not sure who else is here, either virtually or not, but Peter, I'm gonna name the folks that I know would be attending. Peter Weber, Executive Director of the Oregon School Activities Association, Dr. Michael Keister, from also OSAA, Sports Medicine Advisory Committee Chair and Chief Medical Advisor.
Good morning, Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Skurlock, Second Vice Chair Wheeler, members of the board. My name is Emily Nazarov. I'm the Government and Legal Affairs Manager here at ODE. And with me today are two guests, and I'll go ahead and let you introduce yourselves, Peter and Dr. Keister.
Good morning. This is Peter Weber, Executive Director of the Oregon School Activities Association.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Nick Keister, a sports medicine physician down in Eugene and chair of the OSAA Sports Medicine Advisory Committee.
Thank you. Okay, so ORS 336.479 states that school districts must require students who participate in extracurricular sports in grades 7 through 12 to have a physical examination prior to participation. The statute also states that the State Board of Education must, by rule, prescribe the form and protocol for the required examination. So in OAR 581-021-0041, the State Board has adopted the form titled School Sports Pre-Participation Examination, which was developed by the Oregon School Activities Association, excuse me. The form establishes the protocol for the physical examinations and is used to document that the examination occurred. The current rule adopts by reference the form dated May 2017. The OSAA Sports Medicine Advisory Committee has developed an updated form, and Peter and Dr. Keister are going to share with you what that form contains, what the updates are, and the process they went through to develop the updates. In order to put that form into use, the State Board needs to adopt the new form by reference, and that requires a rule revision. So what you're being asked to consider today is actually the proposed form and the proposed revisions to the administrative rule to put that form into effect. So it's a little bit different stance than you are often dealing with. So now I'll hand it over to Peter and Dr. Keister to talk through their process.
Thank you, Emily. I appreciate it. Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Skurlock, Second Vice Chair Wheeler, and members of the board. As I mentioned before, my name is Peter Weber. I'm the Executive Director of the Oregon School Activities Association. We're a membership organization of 295 high schools, both public and private, throughout the state of Oregon. And we conduct and organize and administer activities, both sports and traditional activities, such as speech and debate, cheerleading, dance, music, in addition to traditional sports. Health and safety is an important part and a priority, has been a priority and remains a priority for our association as we serve more than 100,000 students every year through our sanctioned activities. We rely heavily on our Sports Medicine Advisory Committee, we call it the SMAC Committee, made up of medical professionals from around the state to advise and direct our efforts in this area. As was mentioned earlier, Dr. Mick Keister, who serves as the Chief Medical Advisor of our Sports Medicine Advisory Committee and the association as a whole, is with me today to review the proposed updates to the pre-participation physical exam form and the process that we went through. I'm going to speak just briefly about the process, and then I'll turn it over to Dr. Keister as the medical professional to go through the actual recommended changes to the form. In terms of process, our Sports Medicine Advisory Committee meets 3 to 4 times a year in a regular year to discuss ongoing topics related to the health and safety of high school students and participants. They've met several times this year already, and we also formed a subcommittee specifically directed to review the pre-participation physical exam form to look at potential revisions, suggested changes by other members of our Sports Medicine Advisory Committee. We also had conversations and met with members of the Oregon Health Authority as well, again, to review those suggested changes and also best practices in this area. And so before you today, you see the results of that work, both in what Emily mentioned in terms of some slight revisions to the rule, and then several revisions to the actual form itself. So at this time, I will turn it over to Dr. Keister to review the specific recommended changes to the physical form, and then certainly both of us will be happy to answer any questions that the board may have. So Dr. Keister.
Thanks, Peter, and again, good morning, everybody. So just a little bit of background of this. So this is formally called the pre-participation examination, or what is colloquially known as the sports physical, which many of you may have participated in the past. Beginning approximately 20 plus years ago, we looked around the state and saw that there wasn't a very good process put in place to do this. People were using everything from a recommended form that came from the sports medicine bodies across the nation to essentially a piece of paper that had a doctor's signature saying that the student athlete was safe to participate. So the purpose of this is to determine whether there's any pre-existing health conditions or medical conditions that could increase the risk of injury or lead to additional injury for athletes. So currently, middle school and high school athletes undergo this physical, and it's required every 2 years to participate in school sports. Now, school sports is important because this is not something that is required by organizations for club sports or little league or those sort of things. So this is definitely a very school-based thing. So over the years, we have changed from a form that we had put together on our own using some guideline to essentially adapting what is the nationally proposed form from a group of medical organizations, including the American Academy of Pediatrics and the American Academy of Family Physicians. And we've made some little changes to it over the years that thought prudent by our sports medicine committee. So pretty minor changes from the last form to this form. That 2017 form was more of a major change. In meeting with the folks from the Oregon Health Authority and in talking to our group, clearly we recognize the increase of mental health issues among our students. And we wanted to look at potentially doing some screening that's recommended nationally now. So we have added two what are from what are called the PHQ. So PHQ2, these are screening questions for depression. Those are at the top of the form. One of the things that we've heard from providers, from school counselors, from athletic trainers, is that if we do identify students with depression or anxiety, other conditions, what resources are available? So Oregon Health Association, or the Oregon Health Authority, also helped us put together a list of resources, and that's actually going to be included in a QR code on top of the form so that those student athletes, parents, guardians, and providers filling out the form can be able to access those resources just by going to the QR form. Another addition is clearly a question about COVID infection. Although the concerns regarding myocarditis or heart infections with COVID have not borne out to be as much of a concern as initially had been. There still were some young people who were affected by that, and we want to be able to identify them, so we asked about past COVID infection. We've also added subsets of questions, we've added headers to help the parent, the guardian, and the student filling out the form to give them a little bit better of an idea of the purpose behind the questions, because some of the questions can seem kind of weird or strange or even intrusive. So we wanted to let them know why we would want to know those. We've updated some of the cardiac related questions. So one of the purposes of doing this exam is looking at potential for sudden cardiac arrest during sports, although it's rare, like it does happen, like everyone saw during the Monday Night Football game last year, or excuse me, earlier this year. So we've changed the age. Experts are now looking at age 35 for some of those events and family members versus age 50. A very tiny change is a body mass index. We've asked, instead of people writing down the body mass index, that they write down body mass index percentile. That was requested by one of the pediatricians on the committee because it just makes it a little bit easier for providers to be able to look at how important that is and scale it a little bit better. And then a couple of changes to essentially what we call the third page of the form, which provides some insight to providers of kind of how to do a simple musculoskeletal exam and some other things. We had a part regarding screening for Marfan syndrome, which is a connective tissue disorder, which is quite rare. Those screening questions really aren't clinically indicated anymore. So we did remove that section because we didn't think that it was appropriate. And then we updated some of the return to play guidelines on concussion, not any significant changes, but wanted the language to parallel some of the other forms that we had. So that is the changes. So the form is still pretty much similar, obviously still has the same purpose, but we did make some changes, probably the major changes being the screening questions regarding depression. And with that, I am happy to take any questions that anyone may have.
I would just add one more thing before we move on, is that we will take the form and the proposed rules to the Rules Advisory Committee in April to get feedback from that group, and then we'll be back for an adoption vote in April.
Okay.
And can I add one thing, Emily? I don't have everything in front of me, but this form also previously, like the last one, we had it translated into multiple languages so that it's appropriate for parents or guardians or students filling it out.
Yes.
So that is definitely available in other languages, which is super important.
Yeah, and I can add information on that. So Peter and I have had a conversation, and ODE is going to request translation of the forms into the top languages once it's complete, and then we provide those back to OSAA, and OSAA makes those forms available on their website. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for those clarifications. Do we have any questions for Emily, Peter, or Dr. Keister? Yes. Let's see, School Board Advisor Gomez.
Thank you for the information. That's very helpful. So at least here in our community in Hermiston, we've been seeing a big influx in our Guatemalan community. And what we're encountering is documents and materials into dialects of Guatemalan language. So I was curious, I know you all mentioned the top languages, but do you know if that will include any of the Guatemalan dialects that we're beginning to see, at least here out in Hermiston and Eastern Oregon?
Chair Martinez Zapata, School Board Advisor Gomez. I hadn't developed a list yet. So that's something that's still in conversation, but I've made a note of that, and I will look into what is possible and report back to the board.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Yes.
Thank you, Chair Martinez
Teacher Advisor
Zapata. Quick question about the part 1 of the form where it says females only section. Is that optional or required to fill out?
For that one, Chair Martinez Zapata and Teacher Advisor Khalil, I'll defer to Dr. Keister or Peter on that one. I believe the entire form is mandatory, but I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah, the mandatory portion of it is the physician that's signing off on it. So if there are history questions that the person filling out the form is uncomfortable filling out or would rather not fill out, I think that then defers to the physician who is signing off on that form. If they're comfortable saying that that athlete is safe to participate in athletic activity without having further knowledge or documented knowledge of that history. So yeah, I think that's going to be provider to provider, and we could provide some guidance on that if needed. But I certainly would not consider that if one question or two questions is left unanswered, that would make the form invalid.
Okay. I was just concerned about that, just that may turn away some females with the recent overturning of Roe v. Wade, and a lot of females being concerned about putting specific information about their menstrual periods or tracking it. So that was my biggest concern of that. So if a physician wouldn't sign off on that, then it would prevent a lot of females from participation. So I just wanted to.
Yes, good point. Second Vice Chair Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata. I appreciate, the extra effort to gather more critical information, and my comment is not necessarily related so much about the form, but again about the use in the schools, the confidentiality, and the vulnerability of how many people are going to see it and what the plan is to do with the information. So again, that's just where my head goes when I look at thinking about children or children that I know, having this information, written about them. Thank you.
So Emily can comment on, or Peter, you can comment on, this is just like any other educational document and should be also be considered under FERPA. This should not be widely accessed by anybody, just like any other part of a child's educational record. So as we follow HIPAA guidelines in the medical world and don't let people look at the documents, the same should apply for this. And that was one of the things that our committee wanted to do, was to have essentially a point of emphasis on that for school districts, so that they are properly handling these forms and that they are not being available for anybody else to look at it, just like you would treat the rest of a student's essentially personal file.
Chair Martinez Zapata, Second Vice Chair Wheeler, yes, we have talked with OSAA about putting a statement out around FERPA considerations and whether that statement should actually be on the form itself or in guidance attached, but we will be doing something to provide guidance in that area.
Thank you so much. Whoops. Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. Any additional questions or comments? I think these are really important questions that are brought up. I'm reassured by the idea that it is the conversation between the individual student, their family, and the physician on whether the form gets signed off or not, because, well, some of these may be sensitive subjects or topics. But thank you so much for that clarification, for the information as well. If no other questions or comments, thank you so much to Emily, Peter, and Dr. Keister.
Thank you.
And our next item on the first reads is a variance request for pupil transportation vehicles, OAR 5810530070. And we have Brock Dittis from the pupil transportation team here, and Brock is with us, joining us virtually.
Hello, Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Skurlock, Vice Chair Wheeler, members of the board. I am Brock Dittis. Thank you for welcoming me back. We have a pretty small amendment of the current OARs today that I just wanted to make you aware of and answer any questions if they existed. In summary, the previous OAR directed requests for variance, if anything did not meet the existing minimum standards for pupil transportation vehicles within the state of Oregon. They would need to have an approved request for variance in order to do that. This is a safeguard to make sure that people are not using vehicles that could present risks to the student population or the public to put them out of compliance with the existing standards for vehicles that are approved. So the existing OAR would direct those requests for variance to the superintendent of public instruction, which, as we know, is the governor of the state. The governor is generally pretty busy. Colton Gill has fielded these requests in the past. But functionally, the department has handled the analysis and response to these requests for variance within the pupil transportation unit on behalf of the superintendent of public instruction. This rule change suggests that the director of pupil transportation, my boss Dustin Melton at the moment, would be an appropriate person to receive and handle these requests for variance to avoid bogging down the folks who have other things on their plates. So with that, if there are any questions, I'm happy to address them.
Any questions for Brock? Always lovely. No questions or comments, Brock. Thank you so much for your presentation, and hope to see you again soon.
Thank you so much. It is a pleasure to bring all of our technical fixes to you. I hope you have a great afternoon.
Thank you. Okay, members of the board, we are now going to pause our first reads and move into our our adoptions. And I think we were considering maybe postponing until after lunch because we're close to lunch, but I think we can, since we have the team for the first adoption here, let's move with it, and we may be starting lunch a little bit late. But let's get this one heard, please. So Senate Bill 13 and 16 implementation is the first adoption before us. Special education evaluation and eligibility updates. And we have Kara Nystrom Bulahanis from the Office of Education of Enhancing Student Opportunities, and Assistant Superintendent Neil Weatherall from the Office of Enhancing Student Opportunities here to present.
Thank you so much, Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Skurlock, Second Vice Chair Wheeler, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Neil Weatherall. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of the Office of Enhancing Student Opportunities. We're excited to share our updates around the Senate Bill 13 and 16, and with me I have Kara Bulahanis, and I'll let them introduce themselves.
Hello, my name is Kara Nystrom Bolahanis. My pronouns are they, them, theirs, and I'm the Senior Policy Strategist for the Office of Enhancing Student Opportunities. And I appreciate the opportunity to describe to you today the Special Education Evaluation and Eligibility OAR updates we're recommending be adopted. As you may remember from our first presentation in January, there are 3 domains within which we're considering making updates. The first domain is required under Senate Bill 13, and it requires updates to the eligibility category names under which our disability categories are organized. The second domain has 1 required and 1 optional piece. 2A is required, which creates updates to who is able to fill out a medical examination, an audiological assessment, or a vision assessment as part of a special education evaluation process. And then the second part is not required by Senate Bill 16. However, the department is recommending these updates to which categories require a medical examination. So we're removing the requirement from the emotional behavioral disability and from the intellectual disability special education categories. And then we're also removing it partially from the autism spectrum disorder eligibility and evaluation OARs. And then the third domain is entirely optional, which is the integration of early intervention and early childhood special education eligibility requirements into our current school age OARs, creating for us one consistent location where all evaluation and eligibility information across the lifespan can be found by practitioners and families. And that is an optional update that the department is recommending. And so ODE is seeking to update 13 different administrative rules at this time in order to implement this rule, including the definitions for Division 15, which describe the special education requirements in Oregon, as well as each of the 12 eligibility and evaluation categories currently defined in Oregon law. If passed by the state board, we plan to implement the updated rule requirements beginning on August 15th of 2023. And now I'm going to turn to discuss our community engagement process with you. We have been engaging in an extensive manner with our communities in order to hear, since this has really significant impacts across a broad number of groups and individuals and different partners. And so our initial engagement sessions started with 3 open sessions that were available to all, offered before, during, and after work in order to hit as many different communities as possible. And then we also had a survey that we distributed widely to all groups that we were able to access. And we presented to the state board as well as to the Rules Advisory Committee in January. And we also attended the Oregon Commission on Autism Spectrum Disorder Eligibility and Evaluation Committee in order to present our plans and then to receive feedback from them in January. And then after our first read, we continued engagement, recognizing that we wanted to make sure that we talked to as many people as possible who would be impacted by this rule. So we also conducted a follow-up survey requesting feedback on the changes that we made based on the community engagement that we initially held. And so that was distributed through February 1st in order to allow over a month for folks to be able to provide their input. We also attended the Oregon Educators Association Special Education Committee meeting, and we presented and received feedback from them as well on our rules. And then we held a public hearing on February 7th in order to be both in compliance with our IDEA requirements as well as to hear from additional folks who would be reached in that way. And then most recently, we presented and received feedback at the Rules Advisory Committee in March. And so overall, the feedback has been incredibly positive, with specific appreciation for the simplicity and clarity of the most updated language, as well as a deep appreciation for the updates to the medical examination requirements, recognizing that those were a significant equity issue for specific populations. However, there were a few concerns that we were unable to resolve through engagement that we want to share with you today in your consideration of these rules. So the first one is that there is a potential small business impact based on this. While most of the providers who offer student information systems are very large, nationwide organizations that are quite big, there are some smaller groups within Oregon that provide student information systems that include the special education module that allows them to complete the paperwork within the technological infrastructure. And so there may be an impact on those organizations as they begin to scale up their programs to be able to meet these new OARs. Additionally, as you've heard, there's concern about the rule implementation timeline. While the law has been in place since 2019, there are concerns about implementing all of the rules within some of the technological infrastructures currently in use by August 15th. However, ODE plans to have sample forms available as soon as possible following passage. We anticipate that the timeline for those updated forms will be in mere weeks and not months. However, we're unable to commit to a specific date at this time because we know we want to get them right too. We don't want to rush them, but we also are hearing from our partner organizations how the timeline is very difficult for them, and so we want to move as quickly as we possibly can to provide that support to our districts who need to implement this rule. And then another concern that we heard has been about the language of a comprehensive evaluation. And so there's concern that this language might confuse practitioners. However, the term is already included in the previously approved OAR language from March of 2020 and has been included in the definition OAR for Division 15 since at least the most recent updates in 2014. So this brings us in line with the information that has been included in our OARs for quite some time. The language also aligns both with the CFR for IDEA and the requirements included within it. So this brings our rules really substantially in alignment, not just with themselves, but also with the federal laws that govern the work that we do. And then additionally, we also have heard concerns about the requirement for a medical examination in two different ways. One is for the other health impairment requirement for a medical examination, and the other is the retention of the medical, the documentation of a medical exam for a child being evaluated for autism spectrum disorder under the age of 5. And so there's significant equity concerns with retaining the requirement for documentation of a medical exam for students that we recognize. However, at the same time, there are also very significant concerns about the misidentification and over-identification of students without the appropriate medical exam. And recognizing that special education is not simply a panacea that solves all our problems, but instead is a complicated and very difficult and important decision for us to make, the department is committed to continuing engagement with our partner communities on this work, but does not feel at this time that it makes sense to remove those requirements until we've had the opportunity to do the deep engagement with the medical community and with the communities who would be impacted by that rule before we suggest moving it forward. And so just talking a little bit about where we're coming from and where we're going, we relaunched this work in summer of 2022, as I mentioned previously. It was passed in 2019, but we've brought it back in order to complete it now that we are post-COVID and needing to get this done. And in fall of 2022, we held our community engagements. And then this winter, we're hoping that this rule revision will be in place. And then we plan to have additional updates to ensure alignment within and across divisions to follow this rule, to ensure that all of the language aligns with what we are suggesting today. And then rule implementation will occur fall of this year. And so we were planning to provide guidance to districts, not just the forms that they need in order to be able to update this, but also guidance on what does it mean now that there's no longer a suggested form for a medical exam. How can school districts partner with their local medical community to ensure that the information that's being shared back and forth is valuable to the evaluation process and support schools and families and teams in making the most appropriate decision for their student in terms of special education eligibility. And so our hope is that those guidance, or our intention is that that guidance and support will be available prior to the August 15th implementation in order to allow districts to not just have the paperwork that they need to get it done correctly, but also to have the constellation of supports that really allows them to be able to do the work that they do for our students. So we deeply appreciate the opportunity to share this information with you and look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And all of the points that you hit are quite important in listening to some of the public comment as well. So I invite any questions from our participants. Vice Chair Scurlock, yes. Please.
Thank you so much for your presentation today. Thank you so much, Chair Martinez-Zapata. I do have a couple of questions, and so I'll start with this first one. During the I guess I would say presentation, or during the time with the specific person, Justin Potts, who sent a letter and then also made some comments, he had mentioned that making the changes, updating the paperwork, that oftentimes us people in special education are working for free as they're trying to navigate through, paperwork, making the updates and things in that order. How is that being addressed, especially with the timeline of August 15th, 2023? That's a big concern of mine, so
Yes.
just wanted to.
Thank you, Chair Martinez-Zapata, Vice Chair Scurlock. I think what is important to understand is there's a difference between the updates to the technological systems that occur within businesses and who attaches to them, and the actual implementation at a school district level. As I understand the testimony and the documentation, this individual works for the technological company and has some type of relationship associated with that with his school district. So it's less about the actual implementation from the school district standpoint, and it's more about the infusion of the language changes from the relationship with the technical service provider and this individual in a school district. As we see that it will be implemented across the state, is that by getting the documentation, the guidance, the professional development to our special ed directors in early August, they would provide the professional development to their teams at that back to school time, that back to school week, and then during their school engagement times. There would not be, in my estimation, a situation you know, the school districts will have to contemplate how they address this, but for the most part, we see this happening during the school day, during professional development days. And so I think what feels really hard is the separation of the kind of the small business impact amongst the entire school district population and special ed population being more like traditional professional development and traditional guidance and understanding changes that occur during your traditional back to school day.
Yes.
So my follow-up question is, how much time do you think it would take the average, let's say, special education teacher to have to do any types of updates? So I know you mentioned what are we looking at as far as realistic timelines? You know, because that, again, that keeps coming up, like, hey, is this realistic? Can this be done? What are you really asking us to do? And are we gonna have to do it on top of this and then on top of something else? So just trying to figure out what would you say your best estimate would be for?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata and Vice Chair Spurlock. The form itself becomes the tool that we use every single time we have an IEP. So it just replaces an existing process that they would already have to use. So I don't see an extended time for that part of it. Where I see the extended time is learning the new system that happens at the beginning of the school year or when the district does the professional development. And we anticipate this is a 2 to 3 hour max kind of professional development, digging into the data and really understanding. I think that it would be fair to say that school districts will have to monitor the implementation of the framework and the paperwork over time, of which they already currently do, but they'll have to dig into it a little bit. But from the teacher perspective, I don't see a huge shift in their amount of time. And when we engaged with our OEA special ed partners, they were overwhelmingly positive about this work. Actually have a podcast meeting with them on this Sunday afternoon to talk a little bit, Sunday coming up, to just talk a little bit more about what's happening, if this rule is passed, what does it mean for them. But they didn't express a deep concern about more time, energy to implement the rule. In fact, they were really excited about the fact that during IEP meetings, when there was this space where before we were waiting for a doctor's statement, and it really wasn't a valuable piece of the eligibility process, they were gonna get to move forward, meet their timelines, and meet their children's needs. And they also expressed excitement around some of the language changes and some of the other pieces of information that we were sharing. In addition, we had a great meeting, and they're also presenting to us on April 29th about some really exciting things that they're thinking about for inclusion. So it was a great partnership, and then it also extended our ability to connect with them. They've had an opportunity to provide follow-up email feedback from us, and at this point they don't have any other information for us. So I really feel like we've met the mark around how much time and energy it's gonna take, and change is hard. So the goal is get them really good guidance, really good information as soon as possible so districts can plan and support them in the early stages of like summer back to school so that it impacts them very little during the school year.
And last question, was there any pushback around the timeline as far as August 15th? So I guess that was one of the only things I had as far as making sure that from the stakeholders that they were like, you know, if we have to move forward, are we going to get the supports we need, or is this too much, is this enough time for us to make realistic adjustments with the stress of the school year? Because again, special education has constantly said across the board, especially around disrupted learning, just things that have been coming up in the board meetings across the state, that they are overwhelmed. So just, and they're like, anyway, just expressing that, and then now they're being shorthanded. So just trying to make sure that everything is in decency and in order.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata and Vice Chair Spurlock, for the question. We did not hear overwhelming concern about the timeline from anyone except the technical service providers that needed to change the forms themselves so that they were ready. We had heard early on that some stress from administrators, like, oh my gosh, this is another thing we're gonna have to train on. And I think that's valid and real. However, the law itself requires already an implementation. So they're going to need to do some pieces of this regardless to come in line with the law. And the additional piece of removing, the optional pieces of removing the need for a medical examination that meets that equity need that we're really searching for, and the early childhood framework structure, we don't think is going to be overly taxing because they're already in the same space. So it's a little bit longer of a presentation and information, but it's not a lot of new add-on or multiple layers of information. So they need to be there anyways. This is a great time to add that piece in so that they can learn it all at once is the hope.
And if I might, Assistant Superintendent, one of the other things was that was mentioned was that it would be very challenging to implement a rule like this in the middle of the year because it would require shifting of evaluation and eligibility processes at a time when there's not as much professional development availability. And so this is sort of a compromise timeline between ensuring that we have the supports available for districts, especially those districts in the eastern part of our state that start earlier, to ensure that they're prepared, as well as ensuring that we're not going to have some students in the beginning of the year who are not accessing these equity, shifts, and then some students who will at a later point in time. So this also helps to ensure that there's more consistency across the entirety of a school year as well, which if we push off to a later point in time means that districts that begin earlier in August, which exist across Oregon, would not necessarily have what they need in order to get started on a good foot.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, Director Russell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kind of along the same line, I guess my question is, well, several questions actually. So on the Rules Advisory Committee, do we have both OAESD and COSA represented on there? Okay. And then my second thing is I'm concerned again about the timing and the concerns raised about that, particularly in light of what we know is the burden that special ed teachers feel, at least at this point. And whether or not, if in fact some of the concerns that are expressed turn out to be real, do we have, or will they have the opportunity to pivot and make adjustments to address some of the things that we find once we start actual implementation?
Chair Martinez-Zapata, Director Russell, thinking about that. The timeline has been one of those things that we've been both trying to be really thoughtful about, but also kind of passionate about, because we don't want to delay another year where children that we see are really caught up in the inability to access special education because of the medical processes that we're seeing, are not going to get a whole nother year of that barrier, a whole nother year of not accessing service. And so we wanted to push on that timeline to really make sure that we're removing those barriers and increasing our ability to ensure access to all of our students across the state of Oregon. And then there's that technical assistance piece around the tools itself and really the IEP program and how that is utilized, that has kind of butted up against our kind of equity lens. I don't feel like there's going to be a huge lift for school district staff to implement this new rule because they already go through the process every single time they meet with a family and a child. So it's not an additive layer, it is a substitution. And so the training in and of itself should solve for that substitution, and then the form, they would already be using a form. It's just a little bit different of a form. And the differences in the form are really small. It's, do we need an evaluation? Did we get an evaluation? Or now we don't need one. So it's almost like an elimination in some ways of the need for what was previously present. And so I just don't see the labor-intensive sense of how it would impact the community. But I will completely acknowledge that anytime something changes, that it's hard, and that it feels weighty. and that the more changes that we have, it feels even harder to implement. And in thinking about that and balancing against the equity need, we really felt like April 15th was the timeline, and not wanting to do it in the middle of the year, we would be pushing this all the way out till next year, and that just felt too long for us, for the kids that we were positively impacting. So our goal would be just to really push hard on ourselves to get this information out, make sure that we had prepared slide decks and guidance tools, and we'll give presentations in June and August and October, and really make ourselves really available to help teachers and staff understand it, so that they don't feel as much labor in the process, and that balancing that, the August 15th timeline felt right to us. I hope I answered your question. I know it's super complex.
Yeah, I've been in 3 places in the last month where I've heard concern expressed about the burdens on special education in particular. And I don't know enough. I mean, as I read it, it all makes sense to me.
Right.
But I've had stuff that made sense to me in the past where once it started being implemented, it started blowing up. And I'm just asking the question.
It's a great question, and one we've really spent a lot of time thinking about. And with the need for the rule to be updated since 2019, and the significant equity concerns that we had, the timeline again felt right. And our team can do all we can to help support as we adjust. And I think it's really just important to note for you folks that when the law passes, when the rule passes, we have to implement it. So it's not, to your point, like if come January, it's overwhelming, the rule's in place and we need to follow it. So it is a significant decision around that August 15th timeline. I think the work is the right work. I think the decisions are the right decisions for the state of Oregon. And if you want us to contemplate how we think about the timeline, we certainly could, in line with recognizing that we would be delaying the equity kind of lens that we're applying for another school year.
Well, it sounds to me like most of the people in the field that you talk to seem to think they can make it work, so.
I think that is the important distinction. I really appreciate that you clarified for us. Thank you for the questions, because they are the questions that also came up for me. And you have addressed that distinction between the practitioners, the teachers, the district, and their level of involvement, and the implementation, the forms, the technical assist. That makes me feel a lot more comfortable in the very, judicious process that you've carried out to make sure that there is that balance that we're constantly looking for. You're right, change is never, ever easy. And what the appropriate or best time is, I concur with the timeline that you've created there. Mid-cycle is likely the most disruptive, and so if we're able to get this and the technical support that you're providing, that's the reassuring part that I want. Is if a school district calls you and says, we need to speak to you, we may even need you to come to our place and walk us through this. If you're assuring us that is available, then I'm assured.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Martinez-Zapata. We are absolutely ready to provide that support. We have 8 district support specialists that are directly assigned to all the school districts in the state of Oregon, in kind of clusters and regions. Each one of these individuals will be specifically trained on this implementation, and they are ready and available to answer calls, be in their spaces, do the presentations with them, together with them. Additionally, I'm also working with ESDs right now to provide a new layer of regionalized technical assistance. So they will also be trained, and so we'll have our district support folks, our ESD support folks, and then all of the high-level training that we're going to be doing at different points. So I think we're going to have a really great implementation plan in order to make sure that everybody truly understands what the changes are. And then we can work together when problems arise and get those Q&A answers out at speed. I really feel like we've scaled up and we're ready at OASO to respond in a timely fashion.
Very well, thank you. Thank you so much for that information and the help. And so, with that, can I get a motion?
Oh, I apologize. I'm deep in thought. So I move the board adopt the Senate Bills 13 and 16 implementation, special education evaluation, and eligibility updates.
Seconded.
We have a motion from Chair Skurlock and a second from Second Vice Chair Wheeler to adopt Senate Bills 13 and 16 implementation, special education evaluation, and eligibility updates. All those in favor of moving the consent agenda, this item, will say aye, and those opposed will say no. And Corey, would you please take the roll call?
Director Russell?
Aye.
Director Morales? I believe Director Morales might.
Aye.
Oh, thank you, Director Morales. Second Vice Chair Wheeler?
Aye.
Vice Chair Skurlock?
Aye.
Chair Martinez Zapata?
Aye. And it is so moved. Thank you so much, all of you, for your detailed presentation. And at this time, we will adjourn for lunch. As you can tell, we're just a smidgen behind, not a whole lot, only about a half an hour. So we will take a 45-minute lunch rather than an hour and return at 1:15. And so we will see you all then.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We now will continue with our remaining first reads. We're backtracking a little bit and going back to first reads. So first this afternoon on our first readings list is the charter school renewal request for the Cottonwood School for Civics and Science. And we have Kate Pattison from the Office of the Director here. And we also, I believe, have a couple of people in the virtual room. Amanda McAdoo, Executive Director of the Cottonwood School for Civics and Science, and Susan Hathaway, Academic Director from the Cottonwood School.
Good afternoon. Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Skurlock, Second Vice Chair Wheeler, members of the board. My name is Kate Pattison. I'm the Charter School Specialist at the department. Today I am presenting you with the charter renewal request from the Cottonwood School of Civics and Science, a State Board of Education sponsored public charter school located in Southwest Portland. The State Board of Education originally approved this charter in April 2007, and the school is currently in its 16th year of operation. Cottonwood is located in the southwest waterfront by Cottonwood Bay on the Willamette River and serves about 200 students in grades K-8. The purpose of the school is to provide a small school option, encouraging exploration of the natural world and involvement in the local community through arts and science. They achieve their mission through a place-based approach to education and curriculum development. Students receive instruction through integrated project-based learning that draws from the natural, built, human, and cultural environments in which the school is located. Students at Cottonwood spend a significant portion of their school year outside of the classroom, getting their hands dirty in the creeks, the rivers, the farms, navigating the city on the streetcar, and working with local experts to apply their learning. This is the school's 5th year of their current charter contract, and the Cottonwood School has requested to be renewed for another term. The department has provided oversight and accountability to the school during the charter contract and monitored the school annually to ensure compliance with state and federal laws as well as the terms of their charter contract. This included monitoring the school during the COVID-19 pandemic response and implementation of the emergency safety protocols and distance learning. We've provided you with the most recent performance framework evaluation as an attachment in your docket, as well as their 5-year performance summary. The request submitted by the Cottonwood School is compliant with the requirements of ORS Chapter 338, and based on the department's evaluation of the school's academic, operational, and financial performance over the last 5 years, we have deemed that the school is in compliance with the terms of the charter contract and state laws and federal laws, and we recommend renewing the charter. The statute requires that the state board, the authorizing board, evaluate the charter school's performance based on the following criteria. A, the charter school is in compliance with ORS 338 and all other applicable state and federal laws. B, the charter school is in compliance with their charter contract. C, the charter school is meeting or working toward meeting the student performance goals and agreements specified in the contract. D, the charter school is fiscally stable and has used sound financial management systems. And E, the charter school is in compliance with any renewal criteria specified in the charter. The criteria I'd like to focus on today in this presentation is C, whether the charter school is meeting or working toward meeting the student performance goals. As you can see in Figure 1 in your docket, the Cottonwood School has made progress, even in light of the pandemic impact, toward meeting and exceeding the student performance expectations from the performance framework in each measured indicator except for underserved students in math. I think it is worth noting that the Cottonwood students in grades 3 through 8 significantly outperformed the same group of students from PPS in multiple indicators. Each exceeds rating represents an overall group rating of at least 10 percentage points higher than the district for the same group of students. You can see the details in the chart within your docket. Last time the Cottonwood School was renewed, the State Board of Education urged the charter school to invest in more equity-centered efforts to ensure that the student and staff characteristics mirror that of the community where the school is located. Since then, the school has provided DEI training for all staff, hired a diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging coordinator, created a school-specific place-based equity lens, established an equity committee, created a DEI work plan, established an Indigenous Educator Advisory Committee, hosted an Indigenous artist in residence and established partnerships with Indigenous organizations, disseminated and facilitated training on a middle school curriculum created by the Cottonwood staff called Civil Rights and Civil Wrongs, the Black History of Portland. They host affinity groups for students and families of color, and the school has started implementing a weighted lottery for student admission. This has resulted in steady shifts in the school community composition and led to improvements in the curriculum and partnerships. In the 2018-19 school year, Cottonwood's student population was 23% students of color and 77% white students. With the help of these targeted investments, cultural shifts, and systemic adjustments, the school's student population for the 22-23 school year is 34% students of color and 66% white students. Similarly, the school has added more staff of color to the Cottonwood team. The staff is currently 25% people of color, up from 9% in 2018. And the school is striving to further diversify their staff and looks forward to reporting on that progress to the state board if renewed. The department is recommending that the board renew the school for a 10-year charter contract. We think that the school has demonstrated strong performance, and we would like to shift from only engaging with high-stakes conversations every 5 years to providing annual performance updates to the board in written reports and encouraging board members to participate in annual site visits. Additionally, a 10-year contract will create a more secure negotiating position for the charter school with lenders if they decide to pursue facility financing to move, expand, or improve their campus, which is something the Cottonwood School has strived to do for the last 5 years. A 10-year contract will still retain the state board's authority to provide oversight, hold the charter school accountable, and pursue termination if the school's performance declines or if there are concerns with health and safety. The board approved a 10-year contract for another one of your state-sponsored charter schools, the Four Rivers Community School, and the length of contract has not created any challenges with contract management. We've also heard from PPS that a 10-year contract is similar to their practice with their charter schools that are established in the district. We have provided the PPS charter school liaison with notice of this renewal and recommendation, and the district has not raised any concerns over the length of this contract or prior that we have on record, or about this recommendation. And now we'd like to hand it over to our Cottonwood School leadership, who are going to provide you with more context and pictures.
Susan, are you starting the slideshow? Yep, perfect, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Martinez-Zapata, Vice Chair Skurlock, Second Vice Chair Wheeler, and members of the board. My name is Amanda McAdoo, and I'm the Executive Director of the Cottonwood School in Portland, and we're here to request renewal of our charter. I have with me today our Academic Director, Susan Hathaway. We hope that you have had time to watch the videos in your docket, as we believe they give you a real picture of learning at the Cottonwood School. Today, we are going to take a few minutes to share some highlights from the past 5 years, and we are excited to share that during a very difficult time in education and in the lives of many of our students, we have so much to celebrate. The mission of the Cottonwood School is to promote place-based education. The guiding principles include knowing our history and our environment through long-term community partnerships, community service, and fieldwork. The Cottonwood School believes that healthy communities are created by engaged, informed, and compassionate citizens committed to service. Through service learning, integrated curriculum, and experiential learning in authentic settings, the school provides opportunities to build relationships locally. This process allows students to find real-world connections and inspires them to be catalysts of change in their own lives and the lives of others. There is an ethic that runs under place-based learning. As humans, we cannot love what we do not know. At the Cottonwood School, we are trying to grow children into adults who care about the place where they live.
We'd like to share a little bit about some of the place-based units that we've done at different grade levels. I'm going to start with 1st and 2nd grade. Our blended 1st and 2nd grade classes have a neighborhood unit. As part of this study, they had guest speakers come in to talk about the neighborhood where our school is located. You can see that in the upper right-hand corner. They created their own neighborhood using the storyline method. You see that in the center of the screen, and took on different roles that people play in a community. They visited many neighborhood places, including the fire station. And as they looked at our neighborhood, which is dominated primarily by high-rise apartment buildings with few amenities, they realized that it was missing some important components to them, including a library. They decided to address this by building their own little free library, which you'll see on the screen. They designed the building. They partnered with Anderson Construction, who built it for us. They then painted it and then stocked it, and it continues to be a part of our neighborhood and our school today. The next project that I'd like to highlight was done with our 7th and 8th graders as part of a unit on conflict with a focus on World War II. When studying World War II, our students were able to connect abstract historical events to their own lives in Portland by learning about Portland's role in the war, specifically the effect that the war had on the lives of Japanese Americans living in Portland. They partnered with the Oregon Nikkei Center to create a 3D model of the Portland Assembly Center, which is what you see here, where Japanese Americans were interned during the war. This required lots of primary research as there were no photographs of the interior of the center. Then, the Oregon Nikkei Center used this model to help with their educational tours. The last one that I'm going to share with you was a multi-year project. It was a partnership with Portland Parks and Recreation, and again, our 7th and 8th graders. Portland Parks had replaced a culvert that connected the reservoir in the Oaks Bottom Wildlife Refuge here to the Willamette River. They increased the diameter and decreased the length of the culvert to try and encourage wildlife to move more freely between the two ecosystems. Our students collected data both before the culvert was replaced and then 2 years later with a different group of students to determine the impact of the culvert on vegetation, water quality, soil composition, waterfowl, and decomposers, and then presented their findings to a Portland Parks ecologist who used their data as part of a lecture project.
We've made significant progress towards our diversity, equity, and inclusion goals since 2018. Our staff has continued to receive consistent training and guidance from contracted equity consultants. A DEI committee composed of staff, teachers, and parents was formed in 2020 to develop our equity lens, address equity issues before and as they arise, and create a space to build community and foster learning. Our enrollment process was one of our equity concerns. With the passage of State Bill 2954 in 2001, we implemented a weighted lottery for the 22-23 school year to give enrollment preferences to historically underserved students. We increased our outreach to preschools and targeted our advertisement to reach more families of color. With those efforts, we have seen our population of BIPOC students rise 11% in 5 years. We launched our Cottonwood Black Excellence Award, honoring a Black community member each February, and have enhanced our Heritage Month celebrations, bringing in food, family tradition, music, and dance. At the beginning of this school year, we moved to use our SIA funding to hire a diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging coordinator. This position focuses on the retention of historically marginalized students and families, while also co-creating a plan to continue to expand our community outreach. The D coordinator, as we call her, and 2 of our classroom aides facilitate a BIPOC affinity club after school once or twice every month. This affinity group exists to foster kinship, provide students of color a place to celebrate their uniqueness, gifts, and roles in our school community, and to affirm, protect, and nurture the identities of our students. This is the 2nd school year hosting the BIPOC affinity space, and we are working on having more affinity spaces in the near future.
going to shift to sharing a little bit about our Indigenous Studies program. It was difficult to pick just a few things to share with you because it has been a huge part of our school for the 3 years that we've had the grant and continues to really impact our school. In 2019, we obtained a 3-year grant from the Gray Family Foundation. The purpose of it was to infuse Indigenous perspectives throughout our school. This funding enabled us to establish a lead team, which then educated themselves and were able to provide staff development for the rest of us. They helped us rethink our curriculum map. They helped us draft new lessons and units. We reframed a lot of our curriculum, particularly at the 4th and 5th grade level, from westward expansion to an eastward view. We created curriculum kits to supplement existing units at each grade level in order to infuse Indigenous perspectives. We brought together a year-long Indigenous Advisory Committee to review our curriculum and provide input. We have also had the opportunity to disseminate our work at conferences in both Washington and Oregon. This is the advisory group that met with us bi-monthly during this past school year, the 21-22 school year. All of these members of our advisory group also helped lead professional development for our staff or came in and worked with our students. This is an example of some of the kits that were put together for the units in each of the grade levels, just to add that additional perspective. A big piece of what we did was bringing in guest speakers to our school. A highlight was a visit from Linda Mianis, pictured here, who shared with our 4th and 5th graders about the importance of Celilo Falls and how the inundation of the falls was a tragic event for the Indigenous community. And for 2 years in a row, our community read a book together, students, by an Indigenous author. We read Raiding Sweetgrass and Indian No More, and were able to bring the authors of both of the books in virtually to our school community. And finally, here are some other highlights. Our school was honored as one of only 4 locations to host 2 Pacific lamprey fish. You can sort of see them in the tank in the bottom right corner. It's an endangered species that was on loan from the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla. We also partnered with Tomavia, who can be seen in the slide in the upper corner here. He's a Yakima Nation artist, and he worked with our 4th and 5th graders to create 3 large murals, each representing a different part of the water cycle, from the ocean to the mountains to the rivers. And then Christine and Clifton Bruno are pictured here helping our younger students learn about salmon.
In March of 2020, we quickly pivoted to distance learning, and we were able to start providing instruction to students right after spring break. We instinctively leaned on our mission of place-based education, and it was all hands on deck to create and provide learning kits in all our grades. The 7th and 8th graders studied slow fashion from home, and we created sewing kits and invited experts in virtually to teach mending. 6th graders still have dissection, but in their home. Eyeballs, lungs, brains, frogs, scalpels, all went home. The 1st and 2nd graders took home seeds to germinate and native plants to tend. The art teacher compiled 200 art kits that aligned with the lessons to be taught. In August of 2020, our teachers drove to every one of their students' homes to meet outside and say hello. Later in the spring of 2021, eager to return to in-person learning, we found that only about 50% of our families were willing to return to our building. We knew it was important to gather together. Instinctively, again, we leaned on our mission and our love for the outdoors to partner with Portland Parks and Rec to lease park space for 1 full day a week of outdoor learning. Park days brought everyone together and was so healing and joyful. Every staff member became an aide to the classroom teachers. We were all in. I got to be the kindergarten aide. And then we all returned to in-person learning with the need for more connection and self-care, and we began our partnership with Garden Raised Bounty, a nonprofit in Olympia, Washington, to adopt the teachings of plants as part of our social emotional learning curriculum. Every month, we follow the seasons to learn from a new native plant. We did this work initially with our staff to rebuild our community that had been fractured during the pandemic and provide an avenue for self-care and healing. Now it is done with our students and families. Each class is the keeper of one plant, where they dig a little deeper and teach the rest of the school during an all-school gathering. This year, our classrooms are composing songs for each plant about the plant's teachings with the help of our 7th grade teacher, McLean Cannon. In the spring, we will all head into the recording studio with local Grammy-nominated musician and last year's recipient of the Cottonwood School's Black Excellent Award, Aaron Nigel Smith, to record the songs. Additionally, we will host 3 plant teaching nights for families to learn along with our students.
And now we're going to end with a summary of some of the testing that our students have done. So as Kate mentioned, beginning with English Language Arts, our students showed very good performance on the 2021 statewide testing, performing well above average compared to the state in English Language Arts. Math has been more of a challenge for our students after the pandemic interruption, but they continue to outperform the state averages. And our internal assessments showed strong growth over the course of the last school year. You can see that according to our beginning of year assessment last year, only 22% of our students were at or above grade level in math, but by the end of the year, this percentage had increased to 49%. This increase was mirrored as well with our students of underserved races and ethnicities. Our students who were 2 or more races showed an increase from 15% to 40%, and our students of Hispanic ethnicity showed an increase from 17% to 44% at or above grade level by the end of the year. And finally, if we look at our students with disabilities, which are a substantial portion of our population, up to 30% this year, we significantly outperform Portland Public School students in both math and ELA. Our economically disadvantaged students did as well or better than PPS and ELA. Our students from underserved races and ethnicities are also performing well above average on the English Language Arts, but math for this population, at least according to the state testing, continues to be an area for improvement. On that note, we are finished with our presentation and would be happy to take questions if there is time.
There is time. Thank you so much for the presentation. I really appreciate all of the growth. And before I give my comments, I'd like to hear from other folks on the board. Yes, Director Russell.
Thank you, Chair Martinez-Zapata. And thank you for the great report. I remember the last time we looked at your proposal that we had a number of questions, and I'm really impressed and want to congratulate you on the work that you've done with respect to diversity and equity. And it appears that the targeted recruitment and what was the term you used for enrollment of students of diverse backgrounds has been very successful, and you've managed to make good strides in that area. The only area I still have a question about is the math, and you've kind of outlined some plans for how you're going to move forward in trying to address the math issues, and so I'd like to maybe hear a little bit more about that, and particularly as it applies to the kids who identify as those of color and stuff. So other than that, I think from where we were to where you are now, you've done a tremendous job, and I thank you and appreciate that.
Thank you, Director Russell. Other questions or comments? Yes, Vice Chair Scurlock.
Thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata, and thank you so much for your presentations, Susan, Amanda, and also for you as well. Yeah. I really enjoyed how you painted a picture of your school, past and present. I think that's so powerful, and I specifically jotted down notes around your Black Excellence Award, your Indigenous Studies program, which is so important, connecting to community, and also being very strategic about including community in the work that you do. And so I just wanted to just comment on that, how much I enjoyed it. It is definitely, you're showing that you are uplifting your value statements, and I know data can be a little tricky around meeting standards, exceeding standards, and things in that order, but you've definitely made great progress, so thank you so much for your presentation.
Any other questions or comments? My Zoom keeps failing and it kicked me out, so I can't tell if there are any folks in the Zoom room that have questions. Corey, no?
Not at the moment, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to echo what Director Russell and Vice Chair Scurlock have already added. The improvement is inspiring. In regards to diversity, equity, and inclusion, that list alone that Kate read wasn't just inspiring, it was really music to my ears as I heard it read. And here's the part that's, I think, really important, that it actually has made a difference, that these initiatives have made a difference. I also echo the concern, which I think we mentioned the last time that you were here, about mathematics, and especially with regard to the BIPOC population. That cannot continue, or that cannot stop being massaged and worked on. What I'd like to hear, though, is I did hear that you mentioned that there has been improvement from the beginning of the year to the present. I think I heard that. And if I am incorrect in that assumption, that's okay. What I would like to hear anyway is more about the strategies that you are specifically that you are utilizing to attempt to make that improvement in mathematics specifically.
Chair Martinez Zapata, I think Ruth Wilson also had the question. I'd be happy to answer that question for you.
Mm-hmm.
One of the biggest changes that we've made is changing our math curriculum. We switched to the iReady math curriculum, which provides us with more data points throughout the year that are more helpful, honestly, for us as teachers. And so that enables me to look, it gives us 3 main data points from the beginning to the middle to the end of the year, and it really helps us to provide that intervention support earlier than just waiting and seeing how they do at the end of the year. It also helps us to see that, at least based on our internal data, our students of color are performing better than they are on the state testing. So what I had shared earlier is that our students of color, particularly, most categories have less than 10 students. So looking at the categories with more than 10 students, which are the mixed race, the 2 or more races, and the Hispanic students, both of those showed similar growth to the rest of our school population. They started slightly lower and they ended the year slightly lower, ending with about 40% of them on grade level. The other thing that we've done is we've hired a math intervention teacher who is targeting her support to students in grades 3 and up. She has also, because of various staffing challenges, ended up becoming our primary math teacher of our 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, and that has been really helpful to have a teacher dedicated to teaching math to those grade levels rather than our model that we have been using, which was our 6th grade teacher was like a self-contained teacher where they taught all of the subjects. And so may not have had that expertise in math and that ability to see how the math builds from 6th grade to 7th grade to 8th grade. So in addition to her duties working with our middle school students, she starts working with our 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students to provide interventions. She also gets to know them, so as they come up into the middle school, you know, she's already familiar with their struggles. And so those are 2 ways that I think we're addressing those math needs. Is there anything I'm missing, Amanda, that you'd like to add?
I don't think so. One of the things we talked about was letting the board, helping the board to recognize also the number of students that is.
Mm-hmm.
We end up getting that data. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, last year I think, this year it's higher. I have the number in my head. Oh, actually I do, right here. Let me do some quick math. It was about 35. It was about 35 students last year that that fell into that category that the state defines as underserved races or ethnicities.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything else to add.
Wonderful. I'm pleased to hear that there were actually interventions that have taken place, adding that teacher and having the students work. One of the comments that one of the student advisors made in their report early on today was that it's really important for us to be teaching the love of learning as well to our students. And rather than just teaching to test, that is something that really resonates with me. And so I do appreciate the move that you've made to have those interventions to the students, with the students, to teach them the love of mathematics. I'm hoping that that is part of the intention as well, so that it's not just about assessing so that we can make sure that the students pass the assessment, which is always my fear in education. I really appreciate the growth that the school has made, going from 23% to 34% students of color or BIPOC students is a significant change. Going from 9% to 25% staff of color is admirable. So those are the things that always concern me about schools like this, charter schools, that they are self-selecting and that they are not serving the population in their areas. And so I appreciate this change, this growth. Can you tell me a little more, one more question that I just remembered, a little more about that staffing change? I think I heard you mention that growth is also reflected in the faculty, the teachers. So it's not just general staff, but teachers of color, that number has grown as well, I presume?
Yes, it has. We have 9 teachers in our building, and currently 2 are people of color. So more room for growth there, but that's changed.
Yes, and that is important. So just noting that is one of those marked changes that I hope to see continued improvement on, is the representation in teachers that students are seeing that mirror them. I love it. Thank you. I really am impressed with the growth and the change. Thank you so much for your presentation. If there is nothing else to add or any questions or comments? Okay, well, thank you so much, Kate, Amy, and Susan. We are very happy. I think I echo for, or I speak for the board in saying that we're happy to see this shift. So thanks.
All right, we'll be back next month.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and so our next first read item is the Complaints and Appeals Procedures Improvement Process, OAR 581-002-001, 581-002-009, and 581-002-003. And we have Emily Nazara from the Office of the Director, Stacy Guys from the Office of the Director, and Mark Meyer from the Office of the Director here to present to us. I think I didn't miss anybody virtually, did I? Oh, okay.
Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Scarlock, Second Vice Chair Wheeler, members of the board. Good afternoon. My name is Emily Nazarov. I'm the Government and Legal Affairs Manager. So today we're here to do a first read on some rule revision proposals for you. But these rule revisions are part of a bigger process we've been working on to improve our complaint and appeals process here at ODE. And so board leadership had requested that we spend some time giving you some of the bigger context that these rule revision proposals are happening in. And so we're going to walk you through the listening sessions we did, the legislative proposals we've made, the rule revisions that are up today, and a few other things that we've been working on in our office.
Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Scarlock, and Second Vice Chair Wheeler, and members of the board. I'm Stacy Guys. I'm the Investigations and Complaints Unit Manager, and I oversee the appeals process work. And I also am in the Director's Office, as you previously mentioned.
Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Scarlock, Second Vice Chair Wheeler. My name is Mark Mayer. I'm the Complaint Appeals Specialist for the department. I'm currently working on complaints and appeals that we are going to be discussing today. We wanted to break this up into several sections. We want to give you an overview of what is happening on the ground level so you understand what types of complaints and appeals we can take, what kinds of complaints and appeals we take, what are the majority of the types of complaints we take, etc. And then we wanted to cover some of the basis of the appeals process, including some listening sessions. We discussed proposed statutory changes, the purpose of this presentation, the primary purpose, some proposed rule changes, as well as cover some internal agency processes that we're changing. And if we have time, finish up with a few stories. So first, next slide please. First, types of complaints and appeals that the department takes. There are 6 different types of complaints and appeals that we take. These are all taken with respect to individual statutory authority. So for each one of these, there's individual statutory authority for us to accept them. The 8 types are, discrimination, restraint and seclusion, educational retaliation, violations of Division 22 standards, sexual misconduct, religious entanglement, violations of special education law, and violations of child nutrition law. Yeah, next slide, I'm sorry. This presentation only covers 4 of these types of complaints. It covers discrimination, restraint and seclusion, educational retaliation, and violation of Division 22 standards. Those types of complaints, the legislature has granted the department general authority and this board general authority to decide what these processes are going to look like. The other 4 types of complaints, the processes are specifically set out in statute, and this board does not have an opportunity to deviate from those processes. Next slide, please. Appeals numbers. I think this is a pretty, we wanted to give you some numbers with respect to exactly what we've been seeing over the course of the past 5 years, so you kind of understand what we're trying to process right now. Over the course of the past 5 years, we've received 804 appeals between up to February 23rd, 2023. We've received some after that as well. We have accepted 115 of these. That's about 1 per 7 that's filed. Now there's 2 reasons that we don't accept an appeal. The first reason is that it is procedurally defective, and that means, I think most of you are aware, that we take complaints on appeal, which means that we generally give school districts an opportunity to fix their mistakes before the parent comes to us. So if the parent comes to us first, we turn them back and say, please file with the local school district first. The second reason that we would reject an appeal is that it is not one of the 8 types of complaints that I mentioned at the very beginning of the presentation. There are a lot of parents that reach out to us about a variety of concerns, and some of them we just don't have the authority to address. The best example I have of that right now is during the pandemic years, we received a lot of complaints about failure to follow state-mandated COVID-19 protocols. OSHA was handling those types of complaints as the regulator of employers and employment spaces. And so in those cases, we would not accept the complaint, but we would refer them to OSHA. Next slide, please. Excuse me. Of appeals accepted by ODE, and I think these numbers are pretty important for you to consider, 70% allege discrimination, 70%. The next highest volume type of complaint we get is violations of Division 22 standards at 15% of total complaints. So there's obviously a huge gap between discrimination complaints and all other types of complaints received. Another thing I want to point out is that with respect to Division 22, as you are aware, there is also an assurances process. The number of violations that are self-reported by school districts according to that assurances process far exceeds the number of findings of violations pursuant to our appeals process. Next slide. Of the 89 cases for which we have issued an order, and I forgot to cover that on the last slide, we've completed 89 of the 115 that we have accepted. Of those 89, we have found the education entity deficient 39 times, which is almost 44% of the time. If you look a little bit closer at the numbers, though, it also tells a little bit of a story of what is of the greatest need. Complaints filed on discrimination grounds, it is 60% of resolved complaints where we have found the education entity deficient. Compared to, for instance, Division 22 standards, where it is only 40% of the time that we have found the education entity deficient. Another important number to think about is with respect to educational retaliation, 659-852, we have never found an education entity deficient. Next slide. Since March of 2018, we have seen a marked increase in filings and acceptances. There are 3 data-driven reasons for this, where we can actually say, well, the data demonstrates that these increases are for these reasons. The first is improved accessibility to our appeals process. Namely, in 2019, we posted our web page, which includes an online complaint form. The minute we posted that form, we saw a major increase. The second reason is we have worked very hard over the course of the past 5 years to improve communications between ODE and parents and students to let them know about their rights. We are still not there yet with respect to these types of communications and what we're trying to do. However, that improvement in communications has led to more complaints being filed. And then the final thing is, based on OCR data, beginning in 2016, there has been a substantial increase in reports of protected class harassment and other discriminatory conduct occurring at schools. Next slide, please. We were asked specifically about, well, why do we not take complaints in the first instance? Why do we take these types of complaints on appeal? There are 4 main reasons for that. The first reason is that it provides school districts an opportunity to correct their deficiencies before state intervention. There's a couple of pros with that. The most significant one being is it recognizes school districts as independent governing bodies. However, there's also a downside to it, and that is that there are cases where immediate state intervention is necessary. And right now, our processes don't allow for that immediate state intervention. I think one of the most important concepts for this board to understand is that with respect to the majority of discrimination appeals, we necessarily take them on appeal because our duty is to examine how did the school district respond to a report of discrimination. specifically to those cases where it's peer-to-peer protected class harassment. Our job is to regulate the districts, not the parents or the kids, and so we look at, well, how did the district respond to this? So you'll never get away from the appeals process with respect to those types of complaints. However, we acknowledge that maybe our protocols don't really meet the specific needs as they arise. Next slide, please. The other two reasons are, namely, that when we consolidated our processes in 2019, we used existing discrimination appeals processes at the starting point. We wanted everything to look the same. We wanted everything to be as easy to navigate as possible, so one appeals process seemed like it was the thing to do. However, what we have found over the last 5 years is there are small reasons to deviate, depending on what type of violation is being alleged. There are reasons to sometimes have differences in these processes. And then the fourth and final reason, which is a practical reality that no one can really fix immediately, we will address it in this presentation. We just don't have the staff necessary to take complaints in the first instance at this point in time. We are understaffed for that. So, in response to the increase in appeals and other problems that we have identified, what we did is we launched an appeals process improvement project. To execute the project, we took a 5-pronged approach. We conducted listening sessions. We proposed statutory changes. We proposed rule changes. That, again, is the primary purpose of this presentation. We've sought to improve our internal agency processes, and we sought to increase our departmental resources. We will go over these one at a time throughout this presentation, and between each segment, we will pause for questions. Next slide. Are there any questions about the overview at this time?
I'm sorry.
No, go right ahead. No, I can go right ahead.
I didn't see you, Vice Chair Scurlock, please.
Go right. Okay. Thank you so much for your, thank you, Chair Martinez Zapata, and thank you so much for your presentation. I do have a question around, it says 70% of appeals allege discrimination, and then you talked about an increase in appeals and protected class harassment. Are you allowed to share the specifics as far as discrimination, as far as race or religion, or what type of discrimination?
Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Scurlock, yeah, I can share that information. We don't have specific data on that, so this is a bit anecdotal because it's just my, I'm involved in all cases, so I can give you a pretty good guess. Peer-to-peer harassment would constitute harassment on the basis of any of the protected classes. However, we have seen that the majority of those are LGBTQ2SIA+ or racial peer-to-peer harassment cases. I would say that it's kind of evenly split between those two, but they comprise the bulk of what we're seeing, those two.
Thank you.
Yes, Director.
I may be getting that. Thank you, Chair Martinez, about that. I may be getting ahead of you because you may be talking about, is there anything that resembles an opportunity for like a class action complaint? I mean, it sounds like all of them are individual or a specific instance kind of thing.
Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Scurlock, Second Vice Chair Wheeler, and I apologize, I can't see your nameplate, Member
Russell.
Russell. Member Russell, and I should be able to remember that. I've been before you before. We do need to have a specific, an aggrieved party, a party who is aggrieved because of a situation. However, if it's a general policy that's applying to that aggrieved party, it wouldn't necessarily result in corrective action that just applies to that specific person. It would result in corrective action that requires like rewriting of policy, training for the entire staff, or that sort of thing. So the end result there would kind of be the same as if class action occurred. And then if multiple complainants came to us and all of their complaints were similar, we would probably consolidate their cases to the extent that we could.
And can I add,
there is nothing that precludes families from filing a class action civil litigation lawsuit, but that is outside of our process.
Yeah.
And so if someone came to us and said, is this possible, we'd point to the statute that says you have a civil right of action, and we would say you need to talk to an attorney about that.
Which costs money.
Yes.
Yep. Yes, the question, I think I don't know if this is a better question for the end, but one of the statements that you've made is that the appeal process is not going to change for this list of types of complaints that we receive. In other words, if there's a discrimination complaint, it has to go through the district first before it comes to ODE. It has to be heard on appeal versus a direct complaint to the department.
Chair Martinez Zapata, we are not at this time proposing rule changes to change that. Again, it's kind of a policy question for you guys to consider, and there's also the practical reality of staffing.
Yeah.
But there are cases where it may make more sense for it to come directly to us. And I think that like the clearest example I can give of that is there's both indirect discrimination and direct discrimination that we look at with respect to education entities. Indirect discrimination is the bulk of our work, and that's where we're looking specifically at, well, how did the school district respond to a report? Well, in those cases, we always need to look at, well, how did they respond to a report? And that's kind of an appeals process in and of itself. Direct discrimination would be when there is a staff member or another person who is directly representative of the school district, and they have discriminated against them, or the policy itself is discriminatory. And there's probably examples that you're aware, that you know of from the news. It might make more sense to you as a policy-making body for us to be able to take those in the first instance.
Yes, and that is the question that I have, and the comment or suggestion that we've, I think in one way or another have brought up previously as well as a recommendation, as a recommendation. I use the analogy frequently, and to make that analogy perhaps a little bit stronger, although I may actually be citing dated information, but in Title IX cases, for example, our students, if a student has to report a sexual harassment claim, do they go back and report it to the person that perpetrated the violation, the harassment? Is that the process for reporting a sexual harassment claim?
Chair Martinez Zapata, I don't know, I would have to check with Kate Hildebrand, who's our Title IX specialist,
Yeah.
but I can get that answer for you.
Yeah.
One of the things that we're also, are we covering 291 in our presentation?
Yes.
So one of the things that we're also going to cover is some legislation. So for example, there was, Mark participated in a work group and provided language for a bill that would have allowed ODE to act on discrimination cases without waiting for a complaint. So we'll cover some of the things we've done.
Okay. And I just want to make sure that I'm really clear, because this is so complex that the nuances get lost, and then we end up with something a little bit different, or addressing something that's a little bit different. So in that case, I'm going to go back to this analogy. In the case of a sexual harassment complaint, we don't, as far as I am aware, from my own college environment where I work at, the student is not expected to go back to the perpetrator and file the complaint. It seems somewhat ludicrous to expect that would happen, right? I go to my sexual abuser and say, hey, I'm complaining against you, and now I expect you to carry this forth. And I understand that then at that point an appeal can be made if we were to follow that track, that idea through. But it would be ludicrous to expect that a student go back to their perpetrator and file a complaint. Similarly, and you've pointed it out, Mark, it is ludicrous to expect a student or a family member to go to the perpetrator of racial or ethnic or cultural discrimination and say, hey, you've discriminated against me, now I expect you to correct it and move forward and file this complaint, take it further to administration and whatnot. For a person of color to have to submit to that kind of process is not just intimidating, it is ludicrous. It's as ludicrous as expecting a woman who, or a man or whomever has been sexually violated or harassed to have to do the same thing with their perpetrator. So, and I understand that the school district or the entity should be given an opportunity to rectify or correct if it isn't a system-wide problem. And still, it tasks or burdens the person that has that type of complaint, which is a very serious type of complaint. The additional question that I had that's related or connected to this is also about the types of complaints that we do accept directly, like SPED complaints and religious entanglement complaints. What makes those complaints unique so that they can be taken directly by the department versus on appeal?
Chair Martinez-Zapata, both of those types of complaints were directed by statute to take them in the first instance. Another practical reality is that the SPED complaints are federally funded, and the types of complaints that my smaller office works on are not federally funded, and so there needs to be an influx of state dollars to increase staff. I do want to address one quick thing, and Stacy Geis can speak more directly to this, but if there is sexual misconduct by staff, they can now report directly to OD sexual misconduct by staff and TSPC for licensed individuals. So if there's sexual misconduct, there is now an avenue for direct reporting.
Thank you, I appreciate that, and that actually leverages my point, right? Because if we're talking about something that is so severe that a student or person, even if they're not a staff person, has to report something like that, and it can be directly reported at this point, then we need to look at that same model for racial or ethnic complaints. It is necessary. It's an absolute must, in my opinion, to have to place the burden on a family or a student already who feels intimidated. And look, trust me, I understand all of the problematics involved with it. I've been at the receiving end, and I know how intimidating it feels to be that kid. Have to even take it to my parents was problematic. So to ask, sorry, to ask that we have to go back and talk to the teacher or the school district to make it fair, to make it right, is a problem. It's a problem.
Chair Martinez-Zapata, thank you for sharing that. I think what we hear really clearly is the board is interested in us continuing to work on how we can take discrimination appeals in the first instance. 291 is sitting, it is not going to move. We are committed to continuing to work on finding a way to do this.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and that is the response that I'm looking for, Emily. I sincerely appreciate that, because it's it's been a conversation that I've started 4 years ago when I first joined the board, and it's been trying to unravel how the complaints process even works to be able to get to this point.
And we heard very consistent stories, information, and pleas from the parents and families that participated in our listening.
I appreciate that as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, Director Russell.
So, is there a way that a parent group or community group could file a complaint against the school board for discrimination or a pattern of practice of discrimination that it enforces through its agents, superintendent, principals, and so forth, that could go directly to the department. If the complaint is that the school board is a part of the problem, or enforces the problem, or reinforces,
Board Member Russell, currently no. Again, all complaints go through that appeals process. In that circumstance, the district would have 30 days to respond, because at each step they must respond within 30 days, and that's the last step, be the school board. So there is an element there going back to the problems with taking discrimination complaints on appeal. There is a problem there with the governing body being the accused, also being the judge. And that is something that probably needs to be addressed. I do want to say real quick that advocacy organizations was added in a rule that you previously heard from Kate Hildebrandt earlier. That was a rule that I did some work on as well. So advocacy organizations have now been added to the rule to allow advocacy organizations and other organizations to file on behalf of students. So that has happened.
Yeah, I recall that, and that's a huge shift and leverage support for communities, because it does expand who can file. Maybe not as expansive as we need, and I think that's an important point to make as well. I mean, the case, the scenario that Director Russell brought up earlier during his board report is also, I think, important to be able to tease out and figure out how that complaint occurs. So, and I don't want to speak for you, Director Russell, but
No, I agree.
Okay.
I'm going to turn it over to Stacy Geis, who's going to present on our listening sessions and the statutory proposals.
Thank you, Mark. Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Skurlock, and second Vice Chair Wheeler, and members of the board. As part of our appeals process improvement project, it was very important to us to hear from members of the community. Designing the listening sessions for this project, we wanted to get as broad feedback, as broad a set of feedback as we could. And so we invited a broad variety of individuals to these sessions, which included, I'm one slide ahead.
Oh, are you?
I'm sorry, no, no, it's fine, I'll back up. So the sessions that we held were held in summer of 2022. Ultimately, we held 8 separate listening sessions, and those included a total of 44 different attendees. Many more people were invited, but the attendees were 44 for those sessions. The sessions included students, our invitees for the sessions included students, parents, and caregivers. So those are kind of our complainant groups of individuals, advocacy groups and commissions, school district administrators, and educational organizations like COSA and OSBA and other similar organizations. We did hold a few, what I would say specifically tailored listening sessions. 2 examples of those are sessions that we did for LGBTQ2SIA+, that community. We wanted to provide a space in particular for that community where they would feel comfortable coming and speaking to us and have a safe space to share their feedback. Another more individualized session that we held was for the American Indian Alaskan Native community to address their specific needs. Next slide. So during those 8 listening sessions, we received a variety of feedback, a lot of positive feedback for the work, of course, some constructive criticism as well. So this slide is highlighting some of the positive feedback that we received. We received feedback on the fairness of the determinations that we issue, the quality of the work that goes into the appeals process and the resulting orders that we issue, the support that the department provides in response to parent and student requests for assistance or questions about status. When they're reaching out to us, they've told us we're doing a good job giving them information assistance where that's needed. And then kind of a key thing that I wanted to highlight on this slide is just the validation felt by individuals in our listening sessions. We heard numerous times that people felt heard through our process. And so that was really a positive for us, you know, that people are feeling heard through the process. And then another positive area of feedback was just the support that the department provides during the conciliation process. We're going to go a little bit later in the presentation into a little bit more detail about what that process is, but we did hear some positive feedback in that area as well, so I wanted to highlight that. In terms of constructive feedback, there were two primary areas of concern that we heard about. The first was the amount of time that the department takes to investigate an appeal and issue an order. So this is like the overall length of our process. One of the rule proposals that we're going to be discussing later in the presentation is designed not to solve this problem, but designed to help with this particular issue. The other area that we heard some constructive criticism about was, and this is in contrast to something that I talked about on the last slide, where we received positive feedback on our responses to when folks have reached out to us for help. The criticism that we heard was that during kind of a lengthy appeal process, we're not reaching out and initiating our own communication enough to give them information about where they are in the process, where we are in the process, things of that nature. And so one of the internal agency changes that we're making is something that we'll also talk about a little later in the presentation. That goes to this second point. So I just wanted to note that both of these things that are highlighted as constructive criticisms here, we have things that we are thinking about in terms of trying to address those, and we'll talk about those a little bit later. So at the listening sessions, in addition to asking for feedback just generally on our appeals process, we also solicited input on some proposals that we were recommending to statute and some proposed rule changes. And we took the feedback that we received on both of those in the listening sessions and incorporated those feedback, all of that feedback in moving forward with those, both those statutory proposals and the rule proposals that we're talking about today. And again, today we're here for the first reading of those rule proposals. Next slide. For our listening session participants, we're continuing the communication. The communication didn't end at the end of the listening sessions. We're keeping open dialogue with all of those participants. One example of that is we are sending out reports that provide both updates as to where we are on the process, what we've done, how we've incorporated feedback and changes that we've made and adjustments that we've made to things that we were planning based on that feedback, but also the reports are providing them with additional information about other ways that they can continue to participate and provide us with additional feedback as we're moving along the process. And so that's continuing to happen as well with those participants. And so now we'll take a brief pause to see if there's any questions specific to the listening sessions, and then we can jump into statutory changes if there aren't any questions on that.
I think we got way ahead on our questions. I apologize for that.
No, that's fine.
And I want to recognize that the positive feedback is something that I continue to hear as well. The response and the intentionality of the response to people who do have complaints on appeal or just even questions about the complaints process. And I could name individuals, all of you included, who have had that, have been commended. And so I appreciate that, thank you.
And just before we move on to the next section, I wanted to acknowledge one of our team members who isn't with us today, who's been instrumental in the work that we've done on the appeals process improvement project. Her name is Patricia Stone Road, and she is leading the work that we're doing on this project, so I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge her as well.
Thank you.
For the board. So the next section I am also covering, this is the statutory changes. And in this section, I'm including not only the sections, statutory changes that the department proposed, but we're also including in this particular section a bill that was proposed by the Senate, I'm not using the right word. Thank you. Introduced by the Senate Committee on Education. And the reason that we're going to be talking about that one in this section is because it also would affect our appeals process. So we felt like it was important to include that information here as well. And I have turned too many pages in my notes. So the first bill is House Bill 2281. And that bill requires school districts to designate one or more civil rights coordinators. Essentially, the reason behind this proposal is that the best way to tackle discrimination is to tackle it at the lowest level. So the bill is designed to ensure that there are trained individuals that are designated to oversee compliance with discrimination law at the district level, and also to respond to incidents of discrimination as they are arising in the districts. The coordinators would be, under the bill, the coordinators would be required to satisfy any training requirements that are prescribed by the board by rule, and also comply with any other rules adopted by the board. So there are provisions for rule adoption in that bill.
Can I add something?
Yes.
So one of the reasons we were driving this idea is we have currently districts are required to have a Title IX coordinator and a 504 coordinator. And what we have seen is, especially during the pandemic, we had great success with the 504 coordinators using that system to get information out to districts. Both Title IX and 504, we regularly get proactive requests for training from districts. We do not get proactive requests for training from districts around like race-based discrimination. Yeah. Those trainings tend to happen in response to an incident. And so this is in putting this civil rights coordinator in means that we don't just have Title IX and 504 disability discrimination covered, we've got all of the protected classes covered. We can use that coordinator system to raise the level across the state of how we handle discrimination and how we implement those laws and do more training. And our civil rights coordinators are already, our civil rights specialists, Kate and Miranda, are already working on doing a combined training so that we get all of this covered at one time for the districts.
Yes, Director Russell.
Thank you, Chair Martinez. So just quick, so how does that work for really small districts?
So Chair Martinez Zapata, Director Russell, in the bill we have said that you can have someone at your district or you can contract with an ESD. And the idea too is that districts are already responsible for these laws and implementing this, and so the idea is that ODE is going to come in and offer some support and training to help districts meet their obligations.
I just from my own experience, I would say that particularly in smaller districts, what you end up with is a person who ends up wearing 5, 6 of those titles. You know, Title IX coordinator, civil rights coordinator, discrimination coordinator, because they don't have the capacity to have people who can be fully engaged.
And we did hear that feedback from districts and from OSB and COSA. But the bill currently has had a public hearing. It is not yet posted for work session, so we're watching anxiously because the deadline to post is tomorrow. So we're hoping it gets posted for work session. That's where we're at.
And Emily has answered all of the other things that I was gonna talk about that bill, so that's
excited
totally
about
fine.
that bill.
So we'll move on to the next bill. So this one, Senate Bill 215, particularly Section 9 of this bill, this is a much larger bill, but Section 9 deals with the complaint and appeals process. And this bill does two things. First, it grants the department subpoena power for the purpose of conducting our investigations. Currently, there's no legal mechanism to enforce document production. What I will say here is generally we enjoy a very collaborative relationship with districts and are able to get the information that we need without a problem. Usually that information is forthcoming. But this provision allows for us to use the subpoena in those rare instances where that's not occurring. And so essentially that's what that first piece would do. The second piece exempts documents and materials related to pending cases from public disclosure. And so this would allow the department to withhold information while a case is pending, but then once a case is completed, things would be subject to disclosure at that point. This both preserves the integrity of the investigation process and also protects those involved in an appeal process. And for this one, public hearing was held in January. It's scheduled for a work session next week. Oh, and there's an addition I didn't have on my slide. So it's been referred to Ways and Means. And then the final one that we're going to talk about is that one that was introduced by the Senate Committee on Education, but it also affects these processes, and so we wanted to talk about that one today. And in this one, for discrimination, restrained seclusion, educational retaliation, and religious entanglement, it would allow the department to essentially act in the first instance when we become aware of an issue and not only in response to a complaint. An example to be have an illustrative example of that. If a story were to break in the news about an incident of protected class discrimination that occurred in a district and we didn't have a complaint, ordinarily under our process we would not be able to investigate or look into that issue. And so this bill would make a change to that. If we become aware of incidents of discrimination in other ways, we would be able to step in and investigate.
And I always want to interrupt and add in this one space that so what we're talking about is when we have the authority to step in, do an investigation, and take an enforcement approach. But even when we don't have that authority, we do have our civil rights specialists, Kate Hildebrandt and Miranda Peters, who can reach out to the district, reach out to the families, offer technical assistance, and try to help resolve a situation while we wait for a complaint.
Yeah, and sometimes that's also happening simultaneously. So this bill also increases ODE's enforcement authority, and in cases where we find discrimination occurred, it authorizes the department to order compensatory services. The easiest way to think about compensatory services is this is something that's going to make a student whole. And so an example of that is if discrimination caused a student to miss out on taking a language arts class, for example, the department, if it found a deficiency and were issuing corrective action, would be able to order the district to provide that student with a language arts tutor, for example. Currently, our corrective action is more limited. It's designed to bring districts back in compliance with the law. So typically, things that we order are trainings, revisions to policy, things of that nature. And the status of this bill, public hearing was held in February, and again, a work session has not been scheduled, and the deadline is Friday for for scheduling.
So our
work
guess
sessions.
is that this bill is probably not going to move, but it's something that we are committed to and would bring back at our next opportunity.
So,
Yes,
Sorry.
Director
Thank you.
Russell.
and I probably should have asked this question some time ago. So, along these lines, if the department were to read in a newspaper account, for example, that a school board in this district had made a decision, I mean, actually taken a vote, that it wasn't going to implement the access to feminine products, is that a law?
Yes.
Right, by making products available in all bathrooms or whatever the law said and so forth. And that they thought it was a dumb idea, so they voted they're not going to do it. If the department read that, could they then go to the district and say, wait a minute, what do you mean you're not going to do that?
Chair Martinez Zapata, Director Russell, so I think we would take a couple of different approaches to that. So if we heard about a district that was not meeting the requirements of the law, that law, the rule around that currently sits in Division 21. So it doesn't fit in our Division 22 authority, but there could possibly be a discrimination complaint that someone could make based on
Right.
that. Okay, so you have that complaint process going. At the same time, we have our sexual health education specialist, Sasha Grenade, who could reach out to the district and offer coaching, technical assistance, and support about here's what the law requires, let me show you where it's at, here's the toolkit we've developed for how you can implement it and work with it that way. So I think those are the two approaches we would take. I don't know if there's anything else you would add to that.
So the only way that it might become a discrimination complaint is if a student came forth and said it's discriminating against me because I don't have access.
Good. Yeah, Chair Martinez Zapata, Director Russell. Yeah, you're correct. The language in statute, except with respect to Division 22, is quite limited. If you look at these statutes, they specifically say when ODE receives a complaint. So, again, a statutory change like Senate Bill 291 would be very helpful in providing some flexibility in how we would approach those issues.
I think too, and you will correct me if I'm wrong, so if it was something that was in Division 22, that maybe at one point the Menstrual Dignity Act will be in Division 22, or any of the other items there that are the standard schools, the statute there reads that the department is to presume that districts are standard, right? So we would need, I think that the media report would have to be as clear as what you're naming, like the school board came out, they show the vote, we are not implementing this. But if it's different than that, or it's like these rumors going around, we're supposed to presume that they are standard.
And I would add that if it is in Division 22, they also have the assurance process where they would have to, and if they said we are in compliance, but we had evidence that they're not in compliance, we'd be having a conversation with the district about, we don't think your assurance is accurate.
Yeah, I was trying to think of an instance that was really a discrimination one, so I was thinking of it more if I was a transgender student and it wasn't available, that would be discriminating against me, and therefore I would think it was a basis for discrimination. But I mean, it could be something else. The board decides that they're not going to do. Well, we don't have CRT, but something in the curriculum that deals with racial equality, or not teach the Civil War, or slavery, or something like that. Then is that something that somebody could?
Yeah, so in that instance, what we would do is Kate Hildebrandt is our Title IX specialist and has the protected class areas. She would reach out to the district to offer technical assistance and guidance. She could reach out to the family to advise them of here are the options that are available to you, which could include going to the Office of Civil Rights at the U.S. Department of Education, could include filing a complaint with their district and then appealing to us.
That's a really good question and point, because as we know, ethnic studies will soon also be, enforceable or districts will be expected to be in compliance, and the rumor mill is one thing for sure. and the assurances process is another one. But there are certain to be some districts, based on the reaction of school boards, that don't expect to be held responsible for ethnic studies compliance. So there's a lot of items that fall into this bucket of complaints and appeals, and in this Senate Bill 291 certainly would have been very helpful in many of these cases. And so I do hope that we continue to pursue, as you've indicated, Emily. I don't know who was the person that submitted this bill or that presented
Chair Martinez Zapata. It was introduced by the Senate Education Committee. There was a work group following last session, and this is one of the bills that came out of that work group, and it was introduced by the committee.
Well, I'm discouraged to hear that it's stalled, and I do hope that we come back and continue to come back until we make some change. Any other questions or comments thus far?
Okay. Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Skurlock, second Vice Chair Wheeler. I am going to once again take over the presentation. With respect to Senate Bill 291, I want to make one important point, which is that statutorily we are limited in enforcement, and from my perspective, working on these types of cases over the course of the past 5 years, adding compensatory services to our enforcement authority would be it would be one of the most significant enforcement tools that we would have. Just making a point about that. It would address the specific needs of the individual as opposed to the overall needs of the district, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So proposed rule changes. This is a first reading. We are making 3 proposed rule changes today. They might seem small, but one thing I wanted to communicate is that we heard during those listening sessions what the overriding concern was. That overriding concern is timeliness. Sometimes it can take 2 years to get through one of these complicated cases. We met in December as a team. We talked about, well, how do we change our processes to fix that? And what we decided at that time is we would try to pursue fixing that at first through an increase in resources. Because if we start taking away from process at this point, we're going to affect all those other areas where we receive positive feedback. Particularly the validation piece, where if our processes currently make people feel validated and heard, at least somebody has heard my story, then we want to retain that to the extent possible. So these changes are fairly small. They address very specific concerns at this time, but they in and of themselves are pretty important. And then also, after session, we might be returning, depending on what passes, with larger rule packages for you to consider. So the first rule change that we are proposing is adding to our complaint processes a definition of what constitutes a complaint for the local level. Okay? So what does it mean to file a complaint locally? We're adding the definition to clarify that we will accept appeals when complainants make informal grievances with education entities, including oral complaints alleging discrimination, unless the entity directs the complainant to file a formal complaint. The idea behind the rule is most of the complaints that we accept, most of the appeals we accept, the parent raised the issue through an email or a letter or some other means that is informal. And the district responded in kind. They responded through email or a letter or something of that nature. At no point did they say, you know what would be best? It would be as if you went through our formal process and directed them to that formal process. This is the majority of appeals we take. So this would make it clear that we will accept these if the district, to use a legal term, impliedly waives their own process. In other words, since they're responding in kind, they're basically saying, well, we're impliedly waiving this formal process that we would that we've adopted as a policy to use. Real quickly, I want to address this piece about oral complaints alleging discrimination. We've received some feedback about that from representatives of education entities. Why to that extent? And the simple fact of the matter is, under federal law, if you report peer-to-peer harassment, doesn't matter if it's written, the school district has a duty to respond. So in those cases, we also would like the ability, okay, did they respond to that oral report? As the agency of first instance before OCR, we should have the ability to investigate whether or not the school district responded appropriately in those situations. Sometimes we get parents that call us and say that they have undergone this, but they have never submitted anything in writing. We always encourage them to submit in writing because that both eases our own investigatory process as well as maybe allows the district to hear them better. It's their choice, but usually complainants, they're very, they acquiesce to that a lot. They're like, okay, I'll file formally and go through that process at this point. So that's something I wanted to address specifically. One other piece about this, they have to allow the complainant to file formally in their preferred language. Okay, that's what the rule says. Rule change to conciliation. This is a little bit off of discrimination. So underneath our current process for all of these types of appeals, after we conduct our investigation, we issue what we call a preliminary final order. That order either says, all right, we found nothing, we're closing the case, or it says it is most likely that discrimination occurred or that the violation of a Division 22 occurred or something like that, and then we direct the complainant and the school district to attempt to resolve the matter through some form of agreement. We provide assistance with that resolution if they ask for it. We provide technical assistance, that sort of thing throughout that process. But we give them an opportunity to agree, okay, how are we going to fix this? If they can't agree, then we issue the corrective action and say, okay, you guys weren't able to reach resolution, we are going to issue corrective action at this time. This makes sense for discrimination cases, particularly because we don't have compensatory service power. Because those cases are most often about the individual. And we want to give that individual an opportunity to say, I was discriminated against, I wasn't able to take that language arts class, this is what I want to agree to in order to drop my case. This is what I would like. And as Stacy already said, we currently only have the power to order training and things like that. So our corrective action itself cuts the individual out. So that conciliation makes a lot of sense in those types of cases. With Division 22, it doesn't make a lot of sense because those complaints are always about the entire student body. Division 22 rules apply to the student body. They are rules that districts have to adhere to for the formation of plans and all that sort of thing. You're familiar with them. So we want to deviate our processes a little bit and return to, for Division 22 standards, return to immediately issuing corrective action upon a finding of a deficiency instead of allowing that conciliation period. So that is our second proposed rule change. Third rule change, please. Mm-hmm. And then this rule change was specifically designed, or this proposed rule change is specifically designed to address timeliness. It is a small change and it's not going to resolve things to the degree we want to, but it is the one thing that we identified in December where we thought, okay, we can do this and we won't be cutting services. After we conduct an investigation, if we determine that the education entity did not commit a violation, so no violation occurred, there is no evidence to suggest that, we may issue notice of compliance as opposed to a final order. That notice would likely be a single page that basically says that we conducted the investigation, we did not find evidence of a violation, and therefore we're going to close the case. We, of course, would invite the parties to contact us if they had questions. We wouldn't issue it in all instances. In instances where it is a close call, we would still write the final order because we would want people to have that information. But in instances where we determine, it doesn't merit the time and effort it would take to write this up as a final order that's taking time away from instances where kids are suffering. We would be able to do this instead. It was the one thing we identified where we thought, okay, we can do this and not cut services.
And can we add one thing? I think of this like how you guys use the consent agenda as a time management tool for your agenda. Some items, you're like, okay, this is good, goes on the consent agenda. And this would be a tool kind of like that, and that would allow us to streamline some of the items in our docket.
So after that, are there any questions about these three proposed rule changes?
There are, and it looks like there are, and can we take this question and then maybe hold questions we are significantly over
I can
time?
hold.
Okay, so I wanna make sure that we are observant of, at least minimally, of time. So if we can maybe hold the questions until the very end, that would be greatly appreciated, so that we don't consume any more of anyone's time.
Chair Martinez, Zapata, I can move through the remaining pieces pretty quickly.
Okay.
So internal agency processes, we're developing and disseminating an easy to follow flow chart of our processes that's currently posted on our webpage, and we provide it when we communicate directly with students and parents. This is in response to not initiating contact. We're developing a mechanism by which automated emails will be sent once every 2 months to complainants and education entities about where there are cases, and then inviting them to contact us in that automatic email. We are creating resources lists to disseminate to parents and students. That's the one that we're the furthest back on out of all of these. Next slide. We're developing checklists for investigators to use when investigating certain types of alleged discrimination. And finally, and we're almost done with that, by the way, and we're allocating more time to encouraging and assisting pre-investigatory conciliation. This is an important one because of the timeliness issue. We are putting a lot more effort into trying to encourage districts and students or parents, okay, would you be willing to, with departmental assistance, would you be willing to work this out before we get to the investigatory stage? And we've had limited success with that. Of our 2022 caseload, 10% of cases were resolved through pre-investigatory conciliation.
And our thinking is that districts are not as aware that this is an option, and so one of the things we're really trying to do is communicate to parents and districts that this is an option, and helping them know that this path exists.
Right. Think of it like in SPED, where they can either go to mediation or they can have the investigation launched. It would be like the mediation piece for SPED.
Okay, we'll just go on to the increase in resources then.
Yep.
So one of the things, so when we talk about this, when we talk about the fact that we are not currently staffed to take appeals on the first instance, I think what I want to be clear about what we're talking about is what I'm seeing is it is not fair to create a process that is not staffed, because parents and students won't get the relief through the process that they're seeking. If we're not staffed and we can't handle the inflow of cases, it's not actually helping parents and students. So that's why we keep pushing the resource issue. So when we've talked about what would it take to deal with the caseload we have now and to do a really good job at it, we've identified these needs. We would really like to have 2 full-time parent-student advocates, people that can help parents and students navigate our process and navigate their local district process. We would like to increase our number of order writers who would be responsible for coordinating with investigators and our specialists, and then writing the orders on the individual cases. We see a need for 1 full-time administrative specialist to do the intake, tracking, communicating with parents and districts. This is the information we need. Here's your next step. Here's where you go. We have currently been funding this as a limited duration position using some vacancy savings that we had, and then 1 full-time person to provide office support. So we are continuing to advocate for these resources and trying to find where we have vacancy savings or other resources available to us that we can fund these positions. We also use contract investigators. We have a pool of contract investigators. We have been without a contract for about 2 years while we've been negotiating a new contract, and that's so Mark is doing investigations and writing our orders. But we've made significant progress recently. We are approved by DAS this fall for a 10-year contract, which will be really great for us because we won't be constantly having to renew it. And where we are at is the RFP application period has closed. and they're currently under evaluation. So we should have a new pool of contract investigators available to us very quickly to help start catching up a little bit. So I think we have some stories of individual cases to share, but given the time, they're written out in the slides, so you can also read those on your own time if you prefer to do that, and we can take questions.
I think, is everyone okay with listening to at least one of the stories? I don't know, yeah? Are we good with that? I would love to, yeah.
So I'll quickly read through the first two. The first one I wanted to provide was sexual peer-to-peer harassment. In one case, a male student sexually harassed 5 female students throughout the school year. Most egregiously, the male student had non-consensual sex with 2 of the other students. It was a bit unfair, and that the only mechanism by which these students could seek justice was through our sexual harassment complaint process, by the way, because the actions were more egregious than sexual harassment, obviously. Even though the district knew about the sexual harassment, it didn't adequately address it, in part because its investigation was compromised due to a conflict of interest. In our final order, we ordered the district to rewrite all of its policies related to sexual harassment, submit those policies to ODE for approval, train staff, and undergo other corrective action as deemed necessary. And we have finally completed this and are closing the case as recently as last month, I believe. One more story. Racial peer-to-peer harassment. In another case, a student-athlete swimmer subjected a black teammate to constant racial harassment. In one instance, the student directed the members of the swim team to line up at a pool's swim blocks according to skin tone. The student with the lightest skin tone stood at one end of the pool, and the student with the darkest skin tone stood at the other end of the pool. When the black student's mother, who worked at the school district, reported the harassment, the district failed to address it and actually retaliated against her by launching an investigation against her for workplace harassment. That particular case was resolved through conciliation, so there was no corrective action ordered. They were able to agree to terms. And with that, we'll take questions unless you want me to go through a few other stories.
Mark, can you give an example of, not necessarily for this case, but what could end up in conciliation and how that might even be more beneficial than?
Yeah, because through conciliation, the parent is agreeing to drop their case if the district does X. And they can ask for anything. They can ask for a letter of apology, which we can't order. They can ask for tutoring services, which we currently can't order. They can ask for monetary payment, which we can't order, and we're not really asking for that authority through the legislature. We're expecting it. But that's also something that they can ask for, and it's something that has happened in some of these discrimination cases where there was payment by the district to the family. So they can ask for anything, and in all of those examples I just gave were things that were agreed to in the past. Letters of apology, tutoring, payment, and it just gives the parent and the student an opportunity for the student to be made whole in ways that we currently can't order through corrective action.
Very good. Okay, questions, Director?
I don't have a question, I'm just gonna make a statement. For a long time, and generally I still do believe that districts and employers and folks want to be able to solve issues in their workplace or in their environment on their own, and that most of them do want to do that. Unfortunately, at least in my perspective, the landscape is changing, and there are more and more folks in positions of power, or being elected to positions of power, have different views about how students in classrooms and employees ought to be treated based on changing views that they have about what's right and wrong and good and proper and so forth. And so I really think, you know, while I'm not at the position yet that I distrust folks to really be sincere in trying to solve their issues internally, I think there's gonna be more and more pressure that comes from both inside and outside to turn blind eye to what most people would believe is inappropriate behavior and actions. And to that extent, I think there has to be somebody that says you're gonna be held accountable. That may have to be ODE.
I agree.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you so much, Chair Martinez Zapata. That song is cracking me up. I'm like, oh my gosh. Love that. So, I did want to say something. It ties into what George Russell said. When a culture is established in a school, whether it be a positive culture or a negative culture, when a student or staff member brings up concerns, the retaliation process is real. And I'm concerned on how that is addressed, or how that can be addressed when someone is recognizing an injustice, and when they bring it up, it's almost flipped like it's a you thing, and it's not actually a complaint. And it's a tactic, you know, but when your job is on the line, or a student, you know, is like nervous about how to deal with it, it can be very intimidating. And my only, the only thing I wanted to bring up is just for us to maybe think about how can we help people who are scared to push back in a system, or maybe in a school specifically, because it's not all schools, but in certain schools where it's like, you come against us, then almost like we're gonna make you pay. But we're not gonna explicitly say that, but we're going to make it very challenging for you, whether that be a student or an educator or something like that. So I was thinking about that and just wondering, maybe it's, obviously I know we can't solve everything, right? And I'm so appreciative of all of this work. It's just amazing, but just some of those real things that come up with kids, and similar to what happened at the school that I mentioned earlier, North Eugene, March 1st. The student, you can check the recording at 1 hour and about 11 minutes. And a student, a young white student, spoke on behalf of students of color to support them and say, hey, these are some real things that she's going through. The educators who found out were just outraged. They're like, we didn't know this was happening. But it sounds like higher ups were aware of these student behaviors and did not engage for whatever reasons. I haven't talked to them, but that's been the painful part of when a young black girl gets cornered in the hallway as she's trying to walk, and they're yelling racial epithets. They're intimidating her to speak out. And that so just trying to figure out, like, when a student finally has the courage to say something, or their friends do, and then the school doesn't address it, it creates a very scary, unhealthy environment, in addition to what the student has already dealt with. So I'm just, in my mind, I'm just thinking about those real scenarios that came up in the past 2 weeks of, very painful situations with the students. And one of the reasons why I feel compelled to just make a point to say that particular story is because there's a teacher of color who's there, and when I contacted her about it, she said there were kids crying on the floor in her room from the trauma that they were going through. So there has to be another way, because it wasn't working. And these babies are crying, on the floor in her room. And so that's the part of the layers of, like, how do we, when a school doesn't make it easy, how can we step in to make it easier for kids who are experiencing that type of trauma.
Chair Martinez Zapata, Vice Chair Skurlock, can I address that?
Absolutely, absolutely.
So Emily talked a little bit about resources that we requested, and legal processes don't often really address the immediate needs of students like that, which is why we've identified student advocates as like a very necessary.
In every school, when you say student advocates, I just
There'd
want
be
to be
two
clear.
parent, we're looking for 2 parent advocates at the department who would be
Because
available.
they wouldn't be involved in the investigations or the order writing. They'd have to be separated out from that necessarily to prevent any kind of assumption of bias. So they'd be separated out from the actual legal process part, but then they would be there to the extent possible to help students in that situation. And I know 2 advocates for 200 school districts is probably not enough, but it would be something that we could do.
And I would also add that I know Winston Cornwall has retired and has moved on, but I know how much you guys valued his work and respected him. And he would drive to a school if there was a player in an athletic event that was going to be like maybe the only black kid in the gym. Winston would drive to the gym and be there, so that kid wouldn't be alone. So, yeah.
Thank you for sharing that, and thank you for listening, because that is I felt helpless as I felt helpless. I know I'm at a different school, but just like, oh my goodness, what processes are followed when it's not being addressed by what appears to be not being addressed by administrators, or it's almost like that's becoming untouchable. And I don't know if it's our current political climate, like I don't know why it would not be addressed head on, but for students of color in that particular situation, it has been devastating.
And we're definitely trying to take the approach, there's not one solution that will solve all these, but we're trying to find a lot of different things, like the civil rights coordinators, the parent advocates, trying to find a lot of different things that will help this. And I did want, if I could answer, you had raised a question, Director Russell, in your, or raised something in your board member comments about if parents are at a sporting event and hear racial slurs being made by other parents, they could file a complaint with the district, and that could be appealed to ODE. They also could go through the OSAA complaint process as well. So that would be the 2 options.
Somebody has to tell them that, though.
That's true.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And, I don't know, you're absolutely right, Emily. I think that there isn't one approach and one solution that's going to be the solve all, right? So we just have to continue to try and build either approaches or policies or techniques and structures that help all of these situations, because as we know, there's a multiplicity of different tactics for discrimination, tactics in the classroom and the educational system inherently, and then there are these direct aggressions, not even micros, but macro aggressions on individuals that sometimes we seem to be at a standstill, at a stall in how to deal with them for a number of different reasons, whether there's already policy or legislation that exists that it prevents us from moving forward, or whether the culture of the school prevents the school from moving forward, or not legally prevents them, but philosophically prevents them. So the more mechanisms that we have to address all of this discrimination, the better. The direction that as long as we're moving in that direction, I think we're making progress. Yeah, Director Russell, I have no idea what the solution to that is. And my strategy is to be a megaphone, right? We can't ask that of anybody and everybody, especially if we are susceptible populations as well. But it's one of the charges we take, yeah.
And just on that particular topic, so the work that Anthony Valise led when he was here on civil rights and after school and activities or extracurricular activities. All that work with OSAA did create this process for complaints there. They did also create all the tools so that at the beginning of every event, people are informed through announcements, through handouts and programs of what the rules are, how to be kind to one another, and how to report it when it's not happening.
Mm-hmm.
That is all reliant on, and they do training on it, so they not only have the tools for it and even have pre-recorded announcements in multiple languages, and they've trained everybody, all the athletic directors on it, but it still means that the athletic director or some administrator or somebody at the site needs to say, yes, we will do this.
Yeah.
And that could not happen because some transition and they didn't get the training, or it could not happen because they don't want it to.
Yeah.
Or it could not happen because they're overwhelmed with all the other work that they have and
Yeah.
they just haven't got to that thing yet. So there's still lots of reasons why it's not happening. And that's a problem because the tools exist now.
Yes.
And they're there.
And these are systemic issues. I don't mean to belabor the points that we're already making, but it's necessary for us to. I mean, this is what our charge is, right? As a board, is to make sure that you all know that a reminder, because I know that you know, but a reminder that these are systemic issues that are also that individuals contribute to. And it is our job to dismantle, to destroy those systems that hurt those kids for those very reasons. Kids and families, and so always looking for the solution, the next step, because SB 291 is going to be stalled over and over again like it has been over and over again. My plea to the department is to continue to build on that in a way that is not intended to out in the world, that I know this department is committed to do. So, thank you. Okay. Told you all I wasn't going to get through the meeting without. Wow. Thank you all so very much for your contributions. Thank you for the presentation and the attention to all of the questions that we have brought up over the course of 4 years, Emily, and more. So I really appreciate all of the intentionality. And with this, I believe we are now adjourned. Thank you. We'll see you again next month.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.